nothing but the truth. Please raise your right hand and say, so help me God.
So help me God.
So sworn, my Lord.
Thank you. You may be seated if you want to.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Is the card, please? Ma'am, just try to raise your voice so that even the person who's sitting at the back can be able to hear you. Just for the sake of the record, can you place your name on record?
My name is Pinky Rasia Vaifalingam.
Interpreter?
Uthi igama lakhe uPinky Rasia Sulingam.
Are you employed?
Yes, I am.
Wathi uqashiwe.
Where are you employed?
I'm employed at Vodacom, head office in Midrand.
Wathi uqasha head office Vodacom esendaweni yaseMidrand.
What is your current portfolio there?
I am a supervisor in the Law Enforcement Agency's Court Division.
Uthi ke uyena ke umkhuzi walaba ababheke ukuthi kugcinwe umthetho.
When were you employed there?
1998.
Qala ukusebenza kuleyo ndawo ngo1998.
And then the current position that you are occupying, when did you assume duty?
Working in that department for the last 18 years.
Wathi useneminyaka eshumi nesishiyagalombili esebenza kulomsebenzi asenza kuwona manje.
And then to date, how many years of experience you have?
26.
Wathi kunemashumi amabili nesithupha eminyaka esebenza kuleyo ndawo.
And then did you receive any formal education or training?
Yes, I have.
Wathi yebo kukhona izifundo azithatha.
I have a paralegal diploma.
Wathi une-diploma lokuthiwa paralegal.
I have a certification in anti-money laundering.
Wathi futhi une-certificate esenzelana nokuzama ukugwema ukusetshenziswa ngokukhwabanisa imali.
Okay, let's just go back to the paralegal diploma. When did you obtain it?
2 years ago.
Wathi paralegal diploma yakhe uthi seneminyaka emibili ayithola.
From which institution?
Damlin.
Wathi wayefundela esikoleni saseDamelin.
And then the second qualification?
That was early 2000.
Wathi lokho kuyakufundela eqaleni kanyaka ka-2000.
From which institution?
That's from the Vodafone University.
Wathi wafundela ke kule university ekuthiwa yase-Vodacom.
And which other qualifications do you have?
I have various other certifications.
Wathi unezinye certificate azifundela.
Are you able to place them on record?
Yes, they are through the Vodafone University.
Wathi ke nazo wazifundela kuwe yona le university yase-Vodacom.
These are ongoing
Wathi ke lezo ke sisaqhubeka.
and they relate to fraud, corruption, and law enforcement.
Wathi ke usafundela ke khona ke ukugcina kumthetho nokuzama ukugwema ukukhwabanisa.
And various other certifications as well.
Wathi ke khona ke nezinye ke ezimbalwa izertificate azifundele.
Have you in the past testified in court?
Akwawa legal force enkantolo.
Yes, I have.
Wathi yebo.
Have you testified in the district court, the regional court, the high court?
I testify in all courts throughout South Africa.
Wathi ke unokuletha ubufakazi kuzo zonke izinkantolo ezikhona inhlobo zazo kulo lonke lasemzansi.
Are you able to specify how many times to date have you testified in the high court?
Over 30 times.
Bathi ke hayi la enkantolo enkulu useke waletha ubufakazi isihlandlo esingamashumi amathathu ukweqa isihlandlo esingamashumi amathathu.
My Lord, the witness will refer to the first exhibit, Exhibit Triple J1. Can you recognize that document?
Yes, I can.
Bathi wawayibona le document othi yebo.
Can you identify it?
Yes, it comprises of the Section 205 subpoena,
Bathi ke hayi section 205 subpoena.
as well as parts of my affidavit.
Bathi futhi nezinye ke ingxenye ze-affidavit yakhe.
And then did you sign the affidavit?
Yes, I have.
Bathi wayisayina i-affidavit.
Was it commissioned?
Bathi yakhomishwa yini?
Yes, it has been.
Bathi yebo yakhomishina.
And then the date in which you made the affidavit?
Bathi wayenza nini ke leyo affidavit?
It was, I can't see the stamp very clearly because it's small, but it was in 2003.
Bathi ke angikwazi ukubona isigxivizo ngoba sincane.
2023, my
Kodwa ke
apologies.
isigxivizo uyakwazi ukubona ukuthi umnyaka ko-2023.
Thank you. Can you proceed to place the contents of the affidavit on record?
Yes. The subpoena requests call-related data,
Bathi ke lesaphine ke ifuna ke idata yonke ehambelana namafoni
which comprises of incoming and outgoing calls,
khuluma ke ngama-call angenayo futhi ke namafoni aphumayo
incoming and outgoing SMSs,
futhi ke nemilayezo ke ohlobo le-SMS engenayo nephumayo.
GPRS activity,
Bathi ke futhi ke nokusebenzayo kwe-GPRS
and trigger information.
futhi ke nerika echaza ukuthi le foni lena isemthethweni na.
On the following numbers:
Bathi nazike inamba ekwacelwa ngazo
060
060
804
804
0436
0436
074
074
676
676
669
669
073
073
114
114
5035
5035
082
082
704
704
4358
4358
071
071
437
437
9551
9551
063
063
065
065
2013
2013
079
079
106
106
9100
9100
072
072
938
938
2498.
2498.
When was this subpoena received by your office?
Yathola nini ke le subpoena?
28th October 2014.
Yathola mhla 28 ku-October 2014.
And then can you please also place on record the the station as well as the case number of the case concerned.
The case number
It's Phosphorus 636
Phosphorus 636
of 10
of 10
2014.
2014.
And then can you also proceed to place the offense?
Athi ungachaza ukuthi icala kwini?
Murder and armed robbery.
Athi ke ukubulala noku bamba inkunzi umuntu ehlomile.
And the date in which it was committed?
Thole icala lenziwa nini?
26th October 2014
Enzeka ngomhla ka 26 October ngomnyaka 2014.
around 2000 hours, which is 8 p.m.
Kuthiwa ngenza silenzeka ngesikhathi so 8 wasebusuku.
As well as the address?
Lithini ikheli
13511
13511
Kutulwano Street,
Kutwano Street,
Utulwano Section,
Kutwano Section,
Phosphorus.
Phosphorus.
Let us now proceed to your affidavit. Can you please proceed to place the contents on record?
This statement comprises of fraud-related information on the said numbers for the requested period of July 2014 until 27th October 2014.
Athi lokhu kuhambelana nezinamba ezine engathi ziba nokuxhumana kusukela ngomhla ka 1 July 2014 ukuyofika umhla ka 27 October 2014.
The statement also provides briefly the RICO information
Uthi lesi statement siyasiza futhi ngokuletha imininingwane ye-RICA
location
nokuthi kwakulaphi
and activities of messages received and sent.
okhulumayo futhi nangemilayezo yatholakala neyathunyelwa.
Due to the volumes of data or large amount of data,
Ngoba ke i-data iningi kakhulu.
only a few pages
Amakhasi ambalwanyana
that are relevant have been supplied.
ekona sengathi angasetshenziswa ke la esinikwe wona.
Yes, can you proceed now to read the affidavits on record?
This certification is an extract in terms of Section 15 of the Electronic Communication and Transactions Act,
Kuthiwa ke lesi certificate ke sihambelana nokukhishwa ke kwedatha ngaphansi ka section 15 yalo mthetho okuthiwa Electronic Communication and Transaction Act.
of 25 of 2002,
Umthetho number 25 of 2002.
read with Section 213, 1 and 2,
Kuthiwa ke ufunda no section 213 paragraph in brackets 1
and
no
2A
no SB no 2A
of the Criminal Procedure Act,
walo mthetho okuthiwa Criminal Procedure Act
51 of
umthetho
1977.
number 51 of 1977.
Yes, proceed to read.
Okay. I, Pinky Rassia Vaifelingham, the undersigned, state under oath.
Mina ke uphinki
Rassia.
uphinki Russia Vaifelingham lo sayinile la ngaphansi ngifuna ukusho lokho ngaphansi kokufunga.
I am an adult female employed at Vodacom
Ngumuntu wesifazane ke osebenza endaweni yaseVodacom
in the capacity of forensic liaison supervisor.
igama lomsebenzi wami ke forensic liaison supervisor.
The facts herein contained are to the best of my knowledge and belief true and correct.
Lokho ke ngibhale lana ke ngikwazi ukuthi kuyiqiniso futhi ke kubhaleke kahle.
I am making this statement knowing that if it is tendered in evidence,
Manje ke ngenza lesi statement ngazi ukuthi singalethwa njengobufakazi.
I will be liable to prosecution if I willfully stated anything I know
Futhi ngiyazi ukuthi ke ngingena enkingeni yokuboshwa uma kuukuthi ngizokwenza ngihlosile.
to be false or which I do not believe to be true.
Uma ukuthi khona ngizokuletha kungelona iqiniso nengikwazi ukuthi akulona iqiniso.
Vodacom is an electronic communication service provider duly licensed by the Independent Communication Authority of South Africa and operates electronic communications network, Vodacom networks, throughout South Africa and some parts of Africa. Section 15 of the ECT Act makes reference to and governs the admissibility of data messages. Data message is defined to mean data generated, sent, received, or stored by electronic means and includes a voice where the voice is used in an automated transaction and a stored record. It is clear that Section 15 governs data messages, which includes call messages, SMSs, and other information such as email, hereafter referred to as call data related information.
Manje ke iVodacom inkampani ke esiza ngokuthi ithwale inkampani ezimele ngaphansi kwe-Independent Communications Authority of South Africa and esenza ukuthumela imilayezo kula lonke lasemzansi nezinye indawo zase-Afrika ngaphansi kuka-Section 15(1) Electronic Communications Act futhi ke iyona ke uwona mthetho osenza ukuthi ke ukusetshenziswa ke nokuthunyelwa kwama-message. Ama-message ke lawa awuhlobo lwedatha and achazwa ngokuthi idatha ethunyelwayo negcinwayo uhlobo lukagesi ngaphakathi komishini and futhi ke lolu hlobo lwedatha luyizwi lapho ke izwi elisetshenziswa endaweni lapho olusebenzela kungena umuntu oluthintayo and futhi lapho olugcinwa khona nokuthi ke futhi ke lo mthetho lona usection 15.1 uhambelana nokugcina ama-message ahambelana ala kumakhalekhukhwini oma-SMS nolunye neminye ke imininingwane njengoma-email lokho kuzokhulunywa manje ukuthi i-data yonke.
Call data related information is obtained from the Network Event Monitoring System, which we call Nemo, currently housing live data of all activity on a SIM card or handset routed through the Vodacom network. Since this information is only retained for a period of 3 years or 36 months, data requested for a time period preceding this cannot be retrieved from the system. Once Vodacom receives a request to access and supply an extract of the call data related information from a law enforcement agency, this extract is permanently electronically archived. Call data related information is generated in a PDF format, stored and communicated by the servers and cannot be altered, manipulated or tampered with by anyone while on the servers. The manner in which the integrity of the call data is maintained is considered reliable as contemplated in Section 15, Paragraph 3 of the Act.
Kuthiwa-ke i-call data yonke ikhuluma ngolwazi olutholakale lungena kwa Vodacom senzisa lo i-network event monitoring system, and futhi ithatha konke ukusebenza kudlula kuma SIM card noma ifone esetshenziswayo, and ukuthi kudlule kungene ngazo incingo zase Vodacom, and futhi ke konke ke lokhu kugcinwa iminyaka emithathu. Idatha ke eceliwe esikhashana lesi sikhathi saba ayikwazi ukuthi sengatholakala. Ima i-data i-Vodacom ithola isicelo sokuthi kungenwe kulokhu okukhona ngaphakathi ukuhambelana namafayila njengoma PDF agciniwe la ngaphakathi adluliswe ku-emishinini yase Vodacom. Ayikwazi ukuthi konke lokhu kuceliwe kuguqulwe noma kushintshwe nami ingayiphi indlela, nanoma ngoba indlela okugcinwa ngagcinwa ukuthi kungaguquleki, and futhi kufanele kuhlale kungaleyo ndlela ngoba lokhu kulawulwa uSection 15.3 yomthetho.
Nemo adheres to the security requirements stipulated in Vodacom security policies and procedures. A firewall is in place to separate Nemo from the Vodacom network, with only the necessary ports open for communication. Access to Nemo is controlled via a secure APN, limiting access to specific authorized users only. All access to Nemo is logged, and a full audit trail of all operations performed by any authorized user stored. To ensure data integrity and completeness, file and record level checking with full notification to authorized personnel where intervention is required. All system processes are furthermore monitored through daily operational checks.
So Nemo lo mshini lo ogcina lonke lolu lwazi lwase Vodacom, khona indlela ovalelwe ngayo ngoba uvalelwe ngemva kwaloko kubizwa ngesilungu i-firewall, okusho ukuthi umnyango ovimbela ukuthi abangafanele ukuthi bangene bangakwazi ukungena lapho. Futhi kunezindlela ezithize ezisetshenziswayo zokuthi kuvulela ukuthi ulwazi lungangena kodwa kungabi namuntu ozokwazi ukungena ngaphakathi ayoguqula lo lwazi. And futhi ke wonke ke le machine le egcine lo konke lokhu kunendlela esetshenziswayo usuku nosuku ukuthi kuhlolwe ukuthi sasebenza kahle yini.
I am responsible for the inter alia, the supply of information and call data on the Vodacom network pursuant to requests received from the South African Police Services, law enforcement agencies and other institutes.
Senzo amike ukuthi nginike ufaka ulwazi oludingekayo kuhambelana nesicelo engisitholayo sivela emaphoyiseni uma kukhona ulwazi abaludingayo mayelana nokusebenza kolwazi olungaphakathi kwemishini yaseVodacom.
This certifies that Vodacom has received a subpoena in terms of Section 205, Paragraph 1 of the Criminal Procedure Act 51 of 1977 from SABC with reference number GP Joburg 569 of 10 2014 from Captain Boonstra. The subpoena had been submitted for correlated information. No, you just finished there.
Manje ithiwa-ke lesi certificate sa-Vodacom satholakala ngaphansi kwesabina engaphansi kwe-Section 205 in brackets 1 ye-Criminal Procedure Act number 51/1977 ephuma emaphoyiseni sa-South Africa eyahambelana no-GP JHB 565 of 10 of 2024 ephuma ku-Captain Boonstra kusho ukuthi-ke iloyana-ke owafaka lesi sicelo esasicela i-data evela enkampanini.
So my findings are as such. Call data and the profiles have been supplied as requested. Data has not been attached nor added as an annexure to this manual statement due to the data being voluminous. The case had to be registered into smaller or shorter periods. The data can be obtained from the following case IDs 550-713 and 550-720, which was supplied with a memo and affidavit.
I-call data-ke nama-profile la alethwe njengoba kulethwe isicelo. I-data-ke ayizange iqhunyelwe kule document njenge-annexure noma okujotshelelwe kule ncwadi ngoba inkulu kakhulu. Kodwa-ke kusho ukuthi-ke i-case lena kwadingeka ukuthi ihlukaniswe ibe incezo ezincane futhi-ke noma isikhashana esifishane. Kodwa-ke yonke le data efunekayo ingatholakala kulama case la alandelayo 5507013 no 5507020 la abanikwe wona njengale memo-ke ne-affidavit.
The information pertains to the cell phone numbers. Is that read it out again? 060-804-0436, 082-704-4358, 071-437-9551, which are on case ID 550713, which comprises of 4,649 pages, and 079-106-9100, 072-938-2498 are on case ID 550720, which comprises of 1,189 pages. Data was requested for the period 1 July 2014 until 27 October 2014.
Kuthiwa-ke lapha-ke ulwazi obulufunekayo belufunakala ngalezi zinamba 060804 0435 0827044 4358 071 437 9551 and ikhesi-ke lekhulunywa ngawo u-3507 of 13 futhi-ke iy'namba-ke kukhulunywa ngazo ama-page lawa aphumile ngazo lezi namba abe inkulungwane amakhulu ayisithupha namashumi amane nesishagalolunye futhi ke nalezi number 079 106 9100 072 938 2498 icase ke khulunywa ngayo ke u550720 lapho ke kuphe khona amakhasi ayinkulungwane ikhulu elilodwa namashumi ayisishiyagalombili nesishiyagalolunye amakhasi futhi ke idatha yonke leyacelwa icelelwa isikhathi leni esiqala ngomhla ka-1 ku-July 2014 kuyofika ngomhla ka-27 ku-October 2014.
The relevant printout is here to annex and constitute a data message in terms of Section 15 of the Act. The information that appears on said printouts reflects electronic representations described as data in the Act. It also represents data generated, sent, received, and stored by electronic means and or stored records as contemplated in the definition of data messages in the Act.
Athi ke le printout leyenziwe ke yajombelelwa lana ikhuluma ngedata ya wonke lonke uhlobo le-data olukhona ngaphansi kwa-section 15 umthetho ke isho futhi nokuthi yonke imininingwane etholakala ngalapha noma ulwazi olutholakalayo lonke lihambelana lungaphansi ngohlobo le-electronic oluthi uma lubhaliwe lapha ngaphansi komthetho lichaza njenganoma yini yonke into eyathunyelwa eyatholakala eyamukelwa noma ke okugciniwe ngaphakathi ke komshini and lokho ke konke yiloko okuchazwe njengokungaba i-data ngaphansi komthetho.
My additional comments. The activities below were a focal point which were extracted from the voluminous data of case ID 550713.
Wathi ke okunye ukuphawula nakho ukuthi konke lokho okukhulunywa ngako lako yiloko okukhishwe ngaphansi kwale data eningi ehambelana no case ID 550713.
You will see that in that little block there is an extract of the data pertaining to the cell phone number ending 4358.
Lapho kule block uzobona ukuthi kukhona ke ulwazi olukhishwe kule cell phone number egcina ngo-4358
on the 2nd of August 2014
ngomhla 7 ku-August 2014
at 22:40:47 seconds.
isikhathi ka-22:40:40 seconds
A call was received by 4358
kuthiwa ke khona ke ikholi ke yatholakala itholwa ile phone u-4358.
The call duration was 110 seconds.
Kuthiwa ke imizuzwana obahlala efonini kwakuyishumi ikhulu neshumi lemizuzwana.
And the call came from number ending 1330.
Manje ke inumber ke eyathumela le call leno ku-1330.
The other extract is also relating for the number ending 4358.
Khona kunye okwathunyelwa kuyo le number ka-4358.
It lasted 98 seconds.
Kuthiwa ke yahlala imizuzwana imashumi ayishagalolunye nesishagalombili.
dated on the 15th of October 2014,
kwakumhla 15 ku-October 2014,
time 17:33,
isikhathi 17:33
57 seconds.
57
Seconds.
when uzuzwana.
Yeah. And that was from number ending 9551.
Manje yayivela kule number ku-9551.
Call data in respect of incoming and outgoing transactions is reflected under the AMA, which is automatic message accounting stream. The column reflecting as call type indicates the type of transaction that had taken place. These are actual transactions to and from a particular ISDN, which is called the cell phone number. The call data time column reflects the date and the time of a particular transaction. The cell name column will reflect the base station or tower that the particular transaction was routed through. Common call types are reflected as the following. MTC is an incoming call. MOC is an outgoing call. MTSS is an incoming SMS. That is when an SMS was received by the MSISDN. The call date and time. The call date time column will indicate the date and time of that SMS received. The other party will be blank, as Vodacom systems do not populate the number that sends the SMS.
Hayi manje ke is call data etholakele ingena noma iphuma iyavela lapha ngaphansi kwalo mshini othiwa automated message accounting system. Amakhona nika achazayo la ikhola ukuthi ihloboni lwekhola ephumayo ekhuluma ngokuthi kuyiphi kusetshenziswa yiphi ifone ivela ke ngenamba ye-ISDN nokuthi isikhathi kwakuyinini and futhi iveze nokuthi i-data nesikhathi unokuthi kwakuhlobonike lento eyenzeka lapha efonini. U-cell name i-column le echaza ukuthi yipi ke i-base station noma i-tower le yayisetshenziswa lapho ngaleso sikhathi kuphuma leyo call noma ngena leyo call. Kuthiwa ke inhlobo ke zedatha etholakalayo oqala kukhulunywa nge-MTC kusho ukuthi i-call engenayo kukhulunywa nge-MOC kuthiwa i-call ephumayo lepho MTSMS kuthiwa ke i-SMS engenayo kuthiwa i-SMS kuyabhala etholakele kodwa ke i-call data ngesikhathi kuyavela nako kuyatholakala nokuthi ke le SMS lena yayithunyelwe ubani manje kodwa laba abanye ke laba mhlambe ke abathunyele i-SMS i-Vodacom ayivezi ukuthi leyo number ethumelayo yi.
Okay. Whilst we're on this page, can we clarify certain things? What do you mean when you say Vodacom systems do not populate numbers sending the SMS?
This is very old data, so back in the day, because of the volumes of data stored on the network, it would not reflect the numbers that send an SMS.
So again, ngoba ke kudala kwakuba nemininingwane eminingi igciniwe bakungagcina kungasabhaliwe emshinini emdala ukuthi uba yiphi le phone number eyayithumela le SMS etholakalayo.
Just on that page again, on the Vodacom AMA data, on that block, the third column, are you able to tell the code if the two calls on the 2nd of August 2014 as well as the 15th of October 2014 were made from the same IMEI number?
I will confirm it in a second. I will just look at it on my data because it is very small here.
Athi akungani lapha ephepheni kodwa ke uzozama ukubheka emshini wakhe ukuthi kuzobonakala kahle ukuze ukwazi ukuthi kuvele kahle akwazi nokuphendula.
The IMEIs are two different IMEIs reflecting.
Thola kubonakala ama-AMI amabili ahlukene.
Can you place them on record, starting with the one of the 2nd of August 2014?
3515. Okay. 3515 0305 303538.
Thoke eyavela ngomhla ka-August 2 August 2014 i-IMEI yakhona u-3 uqolo lapho
3515030 5303538.
sibonge inkantolo sisizeni.
That's correct, yes.
And then the second
The
one?
second one is 8633 720 213 7621.
8633 7202 137621.
Okay. On paragraph 7, you indicated that you received a subpoena. Is that the subpoena appearing on page 2 of exhibit JJJ1?
Ngawathola isubmit yona levele ekhasini lesibili.
Yes, that's correct.
Bathi yebo kunjalo.
Okay, just for further clarity, through these IMEI numbers, are you able to tell which device was used?
I do not have the make and model of the device to use in this particular statement.
Bathi hayi lesi statement anginayo ke igama noma uhlobo lwefoni eyayisetshenziswa.
And then lastly, can you also explain on paragraph 5 where you mentioned Nemo? Can you explain further how does Nemo work?
Certainly. So Nemo is our fraud system, the network event monitoring system.
So Nemo is umshini obheka uzama ukubheka ukuthi kukhona yini ukukhwabanisa okukhona.
It is a very secure application.
Umshini okhiwe impela.
Information on Nemo is fed through from the towers and servers.
Thoke ulwazi olungena ngaphakathi kwaNemo luphuma kumathawa.
The way in which data is retrieved and stored and returned to SABC is that Vodacom has given SABC access to the front end of Nemo,
so indlela yokusetshenziswa ngayo ukuthi amaphoyisa anikwe indlela yokuthi ikwazi ukungena emshinini weNemo kodwa ingayi ngemuva ingene nje la phambili la kutholakala khona ulwazi.
the SABC members are part of the provincial offices, which we called POCUM offices.
Thiwa-ke amaphoyisa-ke ayingxenye yale mahhovisi ekuthiwa ama-POCUM offices.
We also refer to them as the technical support unit of SABC.
Thiwa-ke laba-ke babizwa ngokuthi technical support unit-ke yasesiphoyiseni.
They will in turn upload the subpoena to the front end of Nemo.
Thiwa-ke nayibona-ke abafaka isicelo sokucela ulwazi kuwo wena lo mshini uNemo.
They will also provide the details from the subpoena, as in the CAS number, the investigating officer, and what is required.
Thiwa-ke bayafaka-ke nalapho-ke ulwazi ukuthi ikhesi inamba yekhesi yiphi, bafake futhi-ke negama lo ophethe uphemo nokuthi ikhulunywa ngani.
They will also reference the document as per their province. In this case, it is a GP number.
Thiwa kuzochaza-ke nokuthi-ke lukusiphi isifunda kule case ekukhulunywa ngayo kuyakubonakala ukuthi sesifundeni sase-Gauteng.
All of this is submitted electronically.
Konke lokho kungena ngemishini.
We then receive it on our side.
Thina-ke silithola ngasengxenyeni yethu.
The LEO team consists of 11 team members,
So manje-ke leli qembu-ke linamalungu ayishumi-nanye.
of which all of us have top secret security clearance.
So-ke bonke-ke banemvume kusho ukuthi clearance ebavumela ukuthi bangabona izinto eziyimfihlo eziseqophelweni eliphezulu.
Once the case is received, it is then verified by the team member
So
that,
manje mesitholekele-ke ikhesi kuke kuqale ukuthi bahlolisise ukuthi ingene ngokomthetho yini,
that the case is assigned to.
and then bese-ke ukuthi ikhesi ifunele idluliselwe kubani.
It is then verified again to
Right.
ensure that all the information that has been submitted is indeed correct.
Ngiphinde kuhlole futhi ukuthi konke lemininingwane lefakwe kuleyo khesi iyiqiniso yini.
Once it is correct and approved, the system generates an automated case ID.
Manje mase kutholekele-ke konke lokho isystem-ke iveza inombolo yalelo cala.
This then goes into a busy state,
Manje-ke isifakwa njengomsebenzi oqhubekayo.
which indicates that it is searching for the information that is required.
Lokho kuchaza ukuthi-ke umshini uzama ukuthola lonke ulwazi nemininingwane edingekayo.
Once it is completed,
Siqedile-ke
the data that has returned is verified again by the agent,
manje-ke i-agent kuyaphinda-ke iyabheka ukuthi lo lwazi elitholakele lunjani.
it is then closed once all has been verified.
Mase kuhloliwe konke-ke manje-ke siyavalwayo.
An SMS is electronically sent to the investigating officer
Manje kumshini kuvele uthumele i-SMS uzithumelele wona ethumelele kumseshi.
to state that the information is ready for collection at the TSU.
Manje kuchaza la ukuthi-ke umseshi ngaya-ke ayothola lolu lwazi alucelile endaweni yase-TSU.
The information is sent through in a PDF format.
So manje-ke lonke-ke lolu lwazi oluceliwe ludluliselwa ngefayile ewuhlobo lwe-PDF.
This is done so that the data cannot be manipulated in any way.
Manje-ke lokhu-ke kwenzelwa ukuthi kungabi nashintsho oluzokwenziwa noma kuguqukulwa lolu lwazi lolu oluthunyelwe.
and then we close the case.
bese kuyavalwa-ke i-case.
Ma'am, can you tell the court how secure is the storage facilities of Vodacom?
Manje-ke ikhuseleke kanjani-ke indawo lapho kugcinwa izinto zase-Vodacom?
Our servers are stored in a cage.
Manje-ke amaseva-ke lawa agciniwe endaweni eyakhelwe.
We have three the word I'm looking for. It's stored in a secure environment at a disaster recovery center.
Kuthiwe kugcinwe endaweni ekhuselekile ngaphansi kwala khona kugcinwa khona ulwazi oludingekayo uma kuzama ukuthi kuphinde kuvuse imishini eweak.
It's only accessed by our engineers,
Abangena khona kuphela awonjiniyela base-Vodacom.
who also have top secret clearance.
Nabo-ke labo-ke banelungelo eliphezulu lokubona ulwazi oluyimfihlo.
In terms of the data, there is no human intervention at all.
Manje-ke mayelana nolwazi olulapho-ke akukho muntu okwaziyo ukulifinyelela.
For how long is the data stored?
The data is stored for 3 years.
Manje-ke ulwazi-ke lolu lugcinwa iminyaka emithathu.
We've had prepositions in this court that this case has been combed. Are you able to tell the court if there was any form of intervention or manipulation of the data in
Not
this regard?
not at all. As I've mentioned, the data is submitted or leaves our systems or office in a PDF format, which means portable document format. There is no human intervention. There is no person that is going in and adding or manipulating or removing any activities from the data. As it is received, it is submitted.
So-ke lolu lwazi noma i-information la ngaphansi ithi uma ikhishwe ngale file ekuthiwa i-PDF lokhu kwenzela phela ukuthi kungabi namuntu ozoba nokukwazi ukuthi aguqule le information le ethunyelwayo futhi akukho muntu okwazi ukuyithinta noma uyiguqule le information engaphakathi.
Okay, let's proceed to paragraph 11. I'm not sure if the information just above paragraph 11 was already placed on record. Have you placed this information above paragraph 11
I'm
on
going
record?
to read that now.
Thank you.
MOSMS is an outgoing SMS, which means that it's an SMS that was sent by the MSISDN. The call date time column will indicate the date and time of that SMS when it was sent. The number that the SMS was sent will be reflected in the other party column. Please note that the above call types can only reflect if the cell phone was on.
So-ke i-MOSMS kukhulunywa nge-SMS ephumayo ithunyelwa i-MSISDN. I-call date-ke lapho-ke yikholomu echazayo ukuthi usuku nesikhathi lapho i-SMS eyathunyelwa ngaso. Inamba-ke lena i-SMS eyathumelwa ngayo ifanele ikhombise lapho kubhalwe khona ukuthi other party. Futhi ngiyacela ukuthi nikwazi ukuthi zonke inhlobo zonke-ke iy'nhlobo zama-call aphumayo zingakwazi ukuthi zivele nge-cellphone esetshenziswa ekhanyisiwe.
The IMEI column reflects the unique serial number of the handset excuse me, Vodacom utilizes both Siemens and Huawei Mobile Switching Center. SMS transactions through the Siemens switch will not populate the IMEI number in SMS transaction. That refers to the MOSMS and the MTSMS. SMS transactions through the Huawei switch will populate the IMEI number in SMS transactions. Upon production, all mobile handsets are assigned a unique digit IMEI code or number. The IMEI number may be displayed on most mobile handsets by dialing *#06# or viewed on the compliance plate under the battery or the SIM tray, depending on the model of the handset. Vodacom only uses the first 14 digits of the IMEI number to identify a handset. In terms of the full IMEI number, the number format is as follows. The first 8 digits represents the handset make and model. The next 6 represents the actual serial number of the handset. And the last digits, 15, 16, and 17, are check digits and software version numbers.
Njengoba uma isikhishiwe-ke wonke-ke omakhalekhukhwini anikwa kusho ukuthi mesiyakhiwe umakhalekhukhwini unikwa inombolo ekuthiwa IMEI-ke kusho ukuthi inombolo ezokhonjiswa ukuthi yona inombolo yale handset esetshenziswayo. Umuntu unayidinga angadayela *#06# and akwazi ukuyithola le nombolo and futhi ngaphansi kwe-battery lawo lo makhalekhukhwini. I-Vodacom-ke isebenzisa iy'nombolo eziwu-14 kuphela zale AMMI ukuthi isho-ke ukuthi lo makhalekhukhwini osetshenziswayo umuphi. Ngaphansi-ke kwe-IMEI number kusho ukuthi indlela ebekwe ngayo ingale ndlela ukuthi okokuqala-ke iy'namba eziyisishiyagalombili eziqalayo zichaza ukuthi uhlobo olunjani nokuthi uyiphi imodel esetshenziswayo. Ezilandelayo kwey'namba eziyisithupha zikhuluma ngokuthi inombolo nje ekuyi-serial number yayo leyo makhalekhukhwini. Iy'namba-ke ezisalayo 15 no-16 no-17 kusho ukuthi lezi-ke ezisebenzisa-ke kusho ukuthi uhlobo-ke lwe-software olusetshenziswayo lapho lunjani.
Ma'am, are you still fine?
Yes, I'm fine. Call data generated, stored, and communicated by the computer system cannot be altered, manipulated, or tampered with by anyone while on the computer system. The manner in which the integrity of the call data is maintained is therefore reliable as contemplated in Section 15, Paragraph 3 of the Act.
Sure-ke manje-ke yonke i-data evelayo negciniwe nethunyelwayo yile computer lekhulunywa ngayo ayikwazi ukuthi iguqulwe noma kube nendlela engashintshwa ngayo noma kube nongafuna ukuthi ayiguqule noma iyiphi indlela mise ngaphakathi kwale computer. Indlela-ke yokuthi-ke le computer lena igcine ikhuselekile ingaphansi-ke komthetho oyilawulayo usection 15(3) yomthetho.
I hereby certify in terms of Section 15, Paragraph 4 of the Act, that the printout of the extract is a true copy of the original record of call data stored on the computer system of Vodacom and is therefore correct.
Ngiletha-ke manje-ke isiqiniseko sokuthi ngaphansi ka-section 1504 womthetho ukuthi lokhu-ke okuprintiwe la kuyiqiniso yako lokhu okwathunyelwa kuyidatha evela emishinini yase-Vodacom and okusho ukuthi-ke uletha isiqiniseko sokuthi akuguquliwe konke kusingale ndlela okwathunyelwa ngayo.
Yes.
I know and understand the contents of the statement. I have no objection in taking the prescribed oath. I consider the prescribed oath to be binding on my conscience, and it has been signed by me.
Fike hayi uthatha isifungo sokuthi konke lokhu okungaphakathi uyakuzwisisa nokuthi futhi-ke akanankinga ukuthi athathe isifungo and futhi nokuthi-ke uyasho ukuthi isifungo lesi ubona ukuthi siyambophezela kunembesa wakhe wayeseke uyasayinda ngaphansi.
Was it also commissioned?
Yes.
Wathi sikomishiniwe futhi.
It was commissioned on the 16th of May,
Sakomishwa
2024.
ngomhla 16 kuMeyi 2024.
Okay. On paragraph 11, you mentioned that is a Siemens switch as well as a Huawei switch. Can you clarify those two concepts?
It is technical, but these are two different platforms from where data is drawn.
Manje uthi-ke iSiemens neHuawei indawo ezimbili lapho-ke ukuthi uma kudingeka imininingwane noma ulwazi oluthize ila ukudonswa khona-ke lo lwazi lukhishwe khona.
My lord, can we take the short adjournment for 15 minutes before I move to the addendum?
Yeah, before you do that, who is this, because of the history of this case in this court? Who is this gentleman who is the commissioning officer?
It is Bradley Albert Smith, and he is at Vodacom.
Is he still alive?
Yes, he is.
So that we can call him here.
Wathi kubanike lo commissioner statement wathi Bradley Smith was Vodacom satholakala.
Okay, 15 minutes then.
1 July 2011
So-ke irikha-ke yaqala ngomhla 1 July 2011.
and the registration end date is 2050, 1
Kuthiwa-ke
January.
so-ke ukugcina kwale rikha kuthiwa ingaphela ngomhla 1 January 2050.
The reason for that date is because the SIM card is still registered in the current owner.
Kuthiwa ngoba-ke kunikwe leyo date leyo mhla 2050 ngoba isabhaliswe ngalo igama lalo umnini.
Should that number not be used by this current user,
So uma kuthi leyo number ngeke isasetshenziswa yilo oyisebenzisa okwamanje
for a period of time,
kusho ukuthi-ke ngesikhashana
in the case of a prepaid number,
makuthi kusetshenziswa emakhalekhukhwini oyi-prepaid
the number then gets deleted after 3 months,
emva kwey'nyanga ey'ntathu yasulwa le number.
and when the number is registered again on the new user,
Mawukuthi-ke le number leyo khona omunye-ke uye ayibhalisa futhi
the new registration date will then reflect.
so i-registration ekenhla izovela.
And then what is the meaning of SIM start date?
The SIM start date is when the SIM card was inserted into the handset
Makunaye ngelento ekuthiwa i-sim start date kusho ukuthi yilanga-ke i-sim card eyafakwa kulo makhalekhukhwini
and began in use.
and futhi-ke nokuthi yasetshenziswa nini.
Okay, let us go back to the addendum.
060-804-0436 belongs to Selo Twala, page 9 of 4649, and that case ID is 550713.
Kuthiwa lelandelayo-ke yi-0
Oh, certainly.
kuthiwa-ke elandelayo-ke u-060 804-0438 igama-ke lomuntu esenzisayo-ke uSilo Thwala.
Here you have the RICA information on page 9.
So le information ivela ekhasini number 9.
First name Selo, surname Twala,
Igama-ke uSilo, isibongo uThwala.
physical address 4 Helderberg Road, Glen Vista, Johannesburg.
Kuthiwa-ke ibekwe ngekheli lase number 4 Helderberg Road eGlen Vista, Johannesburg.
SIM start date 23 June 2014.
Kuthiwa ukuqala ukusetshenziswa kwale sim kwakumhla 23 June 2014.
Okay, the end date reflects the same, which could be an error.
Kusho ukuthi-ke ugcina kwale number lena ikhombisa-ke ukufana nale number nesuke yaqala ngayo kusho ukuthi ngaba kuyiphutha elikhona leli.
The RICA start date is 23 June 2014,
Kusho kuqala ukusetshenziswa ngaphansi kwereka mhla 23 June 2014.
and the end date is 1 January 2050.
Kuthiwa-ke iyogcina ukusetshenziswa mhla 1 January 2050.
Thank you.
Following number is 071 437 9551, belonging to Senzo Meyiwa, page 13 of 4649, same case ID 550713.
So elandelayo-ke inumber ewu-071 437 9551 esetshenziswa-ke uSenzo Meyiwa ingaphansi kwekhasi number 13 wamakhasi awu-4649.
On page 9, you will find that The first name is Senzo, surname Meyiwa.
So page 9 zothola ukuthi igama usenzo isibongo simenyiwa.
Physical address states number 1 with no street.
Kuthiwa-ke ikheli-ke kubhalwe ngokuthi number 1 umgwaqo ubhaliwe.
Randburg, Johannesburg.
Ngaphansi kwe-Randburg eJohannesburg.
RICA start date is 31st March 2014.
So iRICA-ke iqala ngomhlaka 31st March 2014.
And ends 1 January 2050.
And iphela-ke ngomhlaka 1 January 2050.
Please proceed.
Thereafter, there are locations of the above MSISDNs, which also means cell phone numbers, during the period 26th and 27th October 2014.
Ukuthi kuyavela-ke futhi nokuthi IMEI number esetshenziswa esetshenziswaneni ngo-October 2014.
Do we have copies of these pages? Okay, I'm on the same page. So if we look at page 61 of 361 of this bundle, we can see from the 26th of October at 17:20,
So siyabona ngomhlaka 26 October.
the handset ending with 9551
Hence kusho ukuthi-ke le nombolo eqala ngo-9551
was in the vicinity of Katlehong.
yayingesendaweni eyasekatlehong.
During the course of the 26th,
Ngalo-ke lolu suku lomhlaka 26
it moved from Katlehong to Spruitview,
yasuka endaweni yasekatlehong yaya ngase-Spruitview.
Parke, Spruitview. Towards the end of the page, you will see that at 21:41, it was still in Spruitview.
Thoye ngo-2141 kuyabonakala ukuthi yayisakhona endaweni yase-Spruitview.
If we move over to the next page,
Masekhasini elilandelayo
it starts at 21:42.
iqala ngesikhathi sika-2142
It starts off with being in Spruitview,
qala isendaweni yase-Spruitview.
then moves on to Clinics Vosloorus. Clinics.
Isuka-ke endaweni yase-Clinics ese-Vosloorus.
And then ends on the last page at 22:26, still being in Clinics Vosloorus.
Ifika-ke ngesikhathi sika-2242 is 22?
26.
26.
Ise-2226 isekhona ngaphansi kwendawo yase-Clinics engase-Vosloorus.
Okay, we're still on the number ending 9551.
Sekuyona kule number ephela ngo-9551
On page 363 at 22:28,
ngesikhathi sika-2228 ngaphansi kwenumber 2363
The tower still reflects clinics Phosphorus.
itower ke sakhombisa lapho kuseyona clinics yasephosphorus.
Towards the middle of the page,
Mase siyaphakathi nendawo nekhasi
on the 27th of October
umsuku ka-27 kuya October
at 10:01,
ngesikhathi ka-10:01.
the tower then changed to Wanningberg.
So itower ke yashintsha ke lapho ke isiba Wannenberg.
Towards the end of the page,
Mase siyasekugcineni ke wekhasi
at 12:32,
isikhathi kwaku-12:32
it reflects on a CF, which is voicemail,
iyakhombisa ukuthi iku-CF okukhume ukuthi kwakuyi-voicemail.
and that's an undefined tower.
Manje ke ayikho ke itower ekwazi ukubonakala lapho kuthiwa itower engachazeki.
We are then on page 364.
Mase siyekhasini 364
We are still on cell phone number ending 9551.
sisekuyona le number ephela ngo-9551
At 1337,
isikhathi u-1337
Burton Park Tower is then picked up.
so iyabonakala lapho esithintana ne-Brackenberg Tower.
Throughout the 27th,
Lonke kusuku lukamhla 27
you will see that Burton Tower
zobonakala lapho ukuthi i-Burton Tower Parquet Tower.
And on that page at 2152,
Khona kulelo khasi ngo-2152
it ends up with the Moleleki Tower being picked up.
igcina-ke iqhumana netower yasekuthiwa umuleleki.
We are still on number ending 2498.
Sisekuyona-ke le number lena egcina ngo-2498.
The following page is 1188.
Ikhasi-ke silibhekayo u-1188.
This is GPRS data.
Lapha-ke sithola-ke imininingwane ye-GPRS.
It starts at 1526
Iqala ngesikhathi ka-1526.
with Lefter and Frieda.
Lapha ngase kule tower ekuthiwa i-Lefter and Frieda.
Multiple towers are picked up. I will read them along the way.
Tower-ke maningi aqhumanayo nale foni uzowafundela ukuqhubeka.
1629 rifle range.
Ngo-1629 ise-rifle range.
1809 Rosettenville West.
Ngo-1809 ise-Rosettenville West.
1934 East Cliff.
1924 East Cliff.
Right until 2030 it's East Cliff.
Nasiyofika ku-2020 East Cliff.
2034 Allen Manor.
Ngo-2034 ise-Allen Manor.
2050 Meadowlands East.
What's the time?
2050.
Ngo-2050 ise-Meadowlands East.
2300 hours to Tabang.
Ngo-2300 ise-Thabang.
Okay, then we're back on the 26th at 1125 Lefter and Frieda.
Ngo-1125 ngomhla 26 ise-Lefter and Frieda.
At 1630 it reflects Ipolekeng Primary.
Manje ngo-1630 ikhombisa i-primary school ekuthiwa iPulukeng.
At 1726 Spruitview.
Ngo-1726 bonisa ise-Spruit View.
At 1805 we have an undefined.
Ngo-1805 khona la kune-tower engakwazi ukuchazeka.
1916 it's still Spruitview.
Ngo-1916 ise-Spruit View 40.
The page ends with 2152 Moleleki.
Manje ikhasi-ke leli liphela ngo-2152 isavesa umleleki.
We have found the GPRS for 9551, which is at the back.
Sitholile-ke i-GPRS 9551 ibingasemumva.
Okay, that reflects on page 1559.
Ithola ekhasini 1559.
At 1952, it starts off with Spruitview.
Isikhathi esinani sa-1952 iqala ngokuba endaweni yase-Spruit View.
Right to the end of the page at 2025, it still reflects as Spruitview.
Kuyofika ekugcineni kwekhasi lapho ngesikhathi se-2025 isekhona endaweni yase-Spruit View.
Page 1560
Page 1560
at 2025 reflects Spruitview.
ngesikhathi ka-2025 isakhombisa yona i-Spruit View.
It ends at 2033 with being Spruitview as well.
Iphelela futhi ngo-2033 isekhona endaweni yase-Spruit View.
Page 1561
Manje siya ekhasini 1561
starts at 2033.
iqala ye-2033
It reflects Spruitview.
ikhombisa-ke isendaweni yase-Spruit View.
At 2045, towards the end of the page, it still reflects as Spruitview.
Ngasekugcineni kwekhasi-ke ngesikhathi ka-2045 isakhombisa isesendaweni yase-Spruit View.
Page 1562,
Masisiya ekhasini 1562
we are still on the number ending 9551.
Sisakuyona le number egcina ngo-9551.
GPRS data reflects 2045 Sprite view.
Ngesikhathi ka-2045 i-GPRS ikhombisa isisendaweni esi-spread view.
Towards the middle bottom of the page, at 2100 hours,
Ngo-2100 ushuthi ngo-9
it reflects phosphorus,
ikhombisa uphosphorus
GSMT01.
i-GSMT001.
At the same time, a few seconds later, it reflects Sprite view again.
Manje-ke uma kusendukula nje imizuzwana ikhombisa ise-spread view futhi.
At 2107,
Isikhathi se-2107
Parquet.
isendaweni esephakhe.
2108, Sprite view,
Ngesikhathi 2108 ithi spread view futhi.
and it ends at Sprite view at 2108.
Igcina ngayo-ke lo 2108 isesendaweni ese-spread view.
On page 1563, we start at 2108 Sprite view,
Ngesikhathi 2163 isekhona ngo-2108 endaweni yese-spread view.
there are no changes on this page. At 2116, it ends at Sprite view.
Igcina-ke ngo-2116 isekhona endaweni yese-spread view.
Page 1564,
Esikhathini-ke u-1564
we start off at 2116
siqala-ke siku-2116 isikhathi
Sprite view.
se-spread view.
There are also no changes on there. At 2132, it ends with Sprite view.
Akukho kushintsho olwenzekileyo-ke kuyofika isikhathi ka-2132 isekhona lapha endaweni yese-spread view.
We are still on 9551 GPRS data.
Manje siseqhubeka ngokuba ngaphansi kwe-GPRS data yale number 9551.
At 2137, we begin with an undefined tower.
Manje ngo-2137 siqala-ke ngale tower-ke engachazeki.
At 2137, a few seconds later, it reflects as Sprite view.
Imizuzwana-ke nje imbalwa isidlulile isakhombisa ukuthi sese-spread view.
2138 Parquet.
Manje 2138 isithi phakhe.
2138, a few seconds later, it reverts to Sprite view.
Ngo-2138 kusekudlule imizuzwana nje isithi spread view futhi.
At 2144, it reflects Parquet again.
Ngo-2144 iyakhombisa ukuthi ithi phakhe futhi.
Just
Thereafter,
on that page, sorry to interrupt. Just on this page, can you tell the court what does APN represent?
APN is an access point network.
Manje APN ichaza ukuthini ichaza ukuthi access point network.
Can you elaborate more?
This actually allows you to connect to a server in order to get internet connection.
Manje uthi lowo ukukhombisa ukuthi uxhumana ne-server ekwazi ukuthi ungene ku-internet.
Can you also explain what is GPRS?
GPRS is anything that's internet related.
I-GPRS ilokhu kuhambelana ne-internet.
So if you're on Facebook, WhatsApp, reading the newspaper, you would then need a connection, and your APN connects you to access that.
Manje-ke uma ufunda-ke okuthize ku-internet i-APN iyakuxhumanisa-ke naloko okufundayo.
And then on the third last column, where it's written volume in bytes, what does that represent?
Manje uvolume in bytes uchaza ukuthini?
That's if you've downloaded any information,
Uma kukhona-ke
uploaded or downloaded
uma ukhona
information.
okufakile ku-internet noma odownloadile ku-internet ilokhu kuchaza ukuthi yini-ke lento ekuthiwa i-volume in bytes.
Can you also place on record the volume in bytes on 26 October at 2140?
2140. 2953, 2,953 bytes.
Kuthiwa ama-bytes asetshenziswe inkulungwane emikhulu ayisishiyagalolunye amashumi ayisihlanu nantathu.
And then what does 0 represent in the third last column, volume in bytes?
That could represent just viewing without doing any downloads.
Manje ku-0 ke lo uchaza ukuthi hayi ukubheka nje umuntu ebhekile ku-internet kodwa kungekho lutho aludownloadayo.
Proceed.
Okay. So we will then move on to page 365. There hasn't been much change in the tower. It's between spread view and parquet.
Kuthiwa ke uma siya ku-page 365 akho shintsho olukhona kule tower esetshenziswayo iphakathi nje kwe-spread view ne-parquet.
So on page 1566,
Ekhasini 1566
we start on page on the top at 2146.
masiqala ngesikhathi sika-2146
It reflects a spread view.
ikhombisa ukuthi se-spread view.
Thereafter, a few seconds later, it moves to phosphorescence.
Emva kwemizuzwana nje imbalwa iyadlula iya endaweni yase-phosphorus.
At 2147, we see phosphorescence north.
Ngo-2147 ikhombisa isendaweni yase-phosphorus north.
2149, we see Igologolo.
Ngo-2145 ikhombisa endaweni yase-Igologolo.
Okay. Just on that point, can you tell the court what does PDP address represent?
Thini ke le address ekuthiwa yi-PDP?
Okay, that's your your IP address, your
So-
internet protocol address.
Kuthiwa ke lokho kukhombisa i-internet protocol address.
Let's proceed.
Okay, 2151, it reflects phosphorescence north.
Ngo-2151 ikhombisa ise-phosphorus north.
2155, it then moves on to clinics phosphorescence.
Manje 2155 ikhombisa isigudlukile ya endaweni yase-clinics e-phosphorus.
2156, phosphorescence square.
Manje ke isikhathi sika-2156 isukile ke ngase-phosphorus square.
Okay. And then what was downloaded there in bytes?
Yini kwadownloadwa lapho?
1199.
Kuthiwa ke kudownloadwe ama-bytes awu-1199.
At 2156, it reflects clinics phosphorescence.
Ngo-2156 ibonakalisa endaweni se-clinics for e-phosphorus.
At 2159, it then reflects phosphorescence square.
Ngo-2159 ibonakalisa e-phosphorus square.
And the page ends at 2159
Ikhasi ke lelo liphelela
with,
ngesikhathini sika-2159
with clinics phosphorescence.
sisendaweni yase-clinics phosphorus.
Can you just place on the record how many bytes were downloaded on the 26th of October at 21:59?
9,488 bytes.
So ama-bytes ke adownloadwa ngaleso sikhathi ngesikhathi sika-2159 9,488.
Okay. If you're able to do it, or you can do it later, are you able to quantify how much data was downloaded on this column 3?
We are not able to tell. If you want the calculation of the entire page, we then have to calculate it up front. But there's no way of knowing exactly how much and what was downloaded.
Okay, yes, when I was lower, lokuthi kwakudownloadwa ini futhi ka engakanani ngaphandle kokuthi kuhlale phansi kuhlaziwe ukuthi ayingana.
We then move on to page 1567.
Yeah, ekhasini 1567
At 2159,
isikhathi 2159
it starts off with clinics for slaughterers.
qala ke ngendaweni yase-clinic se-Florence.
A few seconds later, it reflects as Bopang Kotsi.
Ngaleso sikhathi ke ikhombisa isendaweni ekuthiwa ibupang khotso.
Then it moves on a few seconds later to clinics for slaughterers.
Bakumisuzwana nje iyasuka lapho iya e-clinics for slaughterers.
Okay. Anything downloaded?
Khona yini okwadownloada lapho?
At 2159, 8,680 bytes reflecting.
Ukubonakalayo lapha ku 8,680 bytes.
Okay. What I want to understand now, so much bytes, is it something that is running on the background of the phone or someone who is actively using the phone? Are you able to tell?
Athi uyakwazi ukubona ukuthi into ezenzekelayo nje efonini ingathintwa umuntu noma kukhona ke umuntu ozama ukwenza okuthize.
We uncertain and we can't confirm for sure. It could be anything that could be updating or someone streaming or downloading.
Athi akukho indlela ongakwazi ukuthi kwazi ukuthi kulethu isiqiniseko sokuthi ukhona yini umuntu owayenza okuthize noma kwakukhona into nje eyayis-update ngaleso sikhathi.
Let's proceed.
At 2200 hours,
Isikhathi sika 2200
it reflects as a Fossler square.
ibonakala isendaweni ese-Foslora Square.
Okay, go down to 2206.
Asiye esikhathini sika 2206
Bopang Khotso.
isendaweni ekuthiwa ibupang khotso.
It then moves back to clinics for slaughterers.
Yasuka futhi ke iya e-clinics for slaughterers.
Towards the bottom at 2210,
Mase singasekugcineni isikhathi kwaku-2210
it still reflects clinics for slaughterers.
saqhubeka ithi ke isendaweni ese-clinic se-for slaughterers.
Okay, before we proceed to the next column, what does duration represent?
Duration is reflects the time that it has taken to download or view or send your WhatsApp messages.
Right.
That's basically the time that you've spent.
Duration echaza ukuthi isikhathi ke sisetshenzisiwe mhlawumbe ukwenza noma udownloada noma ukwenza okunye efonini.
And then what does ECI represent?
U-ECI yena usho ukuthini?
ECI is a code referred to towers.
Manje u-ECI ukhuluma ngekhodi ke ekhuluma ngamathawa.
So just for clarification, each and every code has a tower, has its own ECI code.
Yes.
Ukuthi ithawa nethawa ine-ECI code yayo.
How far are the following towers apart from each other? Clinics for slaughterers as well as for slaughterers square.
Offhand, I cannot tell you, but by looking at the data, I would say close proximity.
Manje-ke agqigqene kangakanani-ke la mathawa e-clinics ne-Phosphorus Square athi angeke ngikwazi ukusho kodwa-ke bonakala sengathi aseduze.
Yes.
So if we look at the bottom of the page,
Mase singasekugcineni kwekhasi.
it reflects the 27th of October 2014
Ikhuluma ngosuku mhla 27 ku-October 2014.
at 3:20 in the morning. It reflects Phosphorus Square.
Ngesikhathi sika-3:20 ekuseni ikhombisa ukuthi yayisendaweni yase-Phosphorus Square.
It goes on until the end of the page at 3:27.
Ya-ke ngasekugcineni kwepage ngesikhathi sika-3:27.
Okay. And what was the duration there?
The duration was 4:38 seconds.
Athi kwamizuzwana amashumi amathathu nesishiyagalombili.
And at the bottom of the page, the last entry, can you place it on record?
27th October at 3:27. It reflects as Phosphorus Square.
Athi ngo-3:27 mhla 27 ku-October ikhombisa isendaweni yase-Phosphorus Square.
Next page.
Page 1568
Manje-ke siya ekhasini 1568
starts off at 3:28,
qala ngo-3:28
which still reflects Phosphorus Square.
sakhombisa i-Phosphorus Square.
At 4:34,
Isikhathi sika-4:34
it reflects as Elands Park.
ikhombisa-ke isendaweni yase-Elands Park.
4:35,
Isikhathi sika-4:35
Driehoek.
isendaweni yase-Driehoek.
5:35,
Isikhathi u-5:35
Sour Street.
ise-Sour Street.
5:35, a few seconds later,
Emva kwamazuzwana nje ngesikhathi sika-5:35 futhi
Joburg West Street.
ise-Joburg emgwaqweni kuthiwa West Street.
It then moves on to Sour Street at 6:15.
Ngo-6:15 iyabonakala iya endaweni yase-Sour Street.
At 7:21, West Street again.
Ngesikhathi se-7:21 iyaphindela futhi iyabonakala isendaweni yase-West Street.
At 8:57,
Ngesikhathi ka-8:57
the page ends off with Sour Street.
ikhasi ligcina isendaweni yase-Sour.
On page 1569,
Ikhasi-ke u-1569
it starts at 8:57,
qala ngo-8:57
Sour Street,
se-Sour Street
and ends with 9:17 at Sour Street.
phelela ngo-9:17 sesekhona endaweni yase-Sour Street.
And that's the end of the transactions.
Athi-ke kuphelela-ke kwalokho kwakwenzeka kuleyo fomu.
Let's go back to the beginning of the addendum. Number starting with 082.
The next number is 082 704 4358.
Number-ke elandelayo u-082
Page 1650.
ikhasi 1650.
The transactions start at the top of the page for the 24th of October at 1852.
Isikhathi-ke u-1852 elanga umhla ka-24 ku-October.
The area tower picked up is Glen Anda
Itower ke ithola lapho kuLenanda.
at 1138 Melrose,
1138 ibonakala isendaweni yaseMelrose.
1911 Melrose, and
Isikhathi sika 1911 ibonakala isendaweni yaseMelrose.
1918 Wanderers,
1918 ibonakala isendaweni yaseWanderers.
1936 Prelude Street,
Which street?
Prelude,
Isikhathi esika 1936 isemgwaqweni okuthiwa uPrelude Street.
2126 Spruit View,
Ngo-2126 ibonakala iqhumaka itholakala endaweni yaseSpirit View.
2128 Gardenville,
Ngo-2128 isendaweni yaseGarden Bay.
2247
Isikhathi sika 2247
Lefte and Vrede.
isendaweni yangase-Left and Vrede.
We then move on to the middle of the page, which is the 25th of October
Uma sisiyaphakathi nekhasi sifika la umhla wa-25 October.
at 10:31.
Isikhathi u-10:31
It's Wanderers,
So
Protea
Wanderers.
Hills,
and what?
Protea Hill.
Ngaseprotea Hills.
On the same day, 25th at 15:06, it's Lefte and Vrede.
Ngo-1506 ingasendaweni yase-Left and Vrede.
We then have undefined at 14:07 on the 26th of October.
Ngo-1407 sibona lapha kungachazeki ukuthi iqhubene nayiphi ikuyiphi indawo.
Just before the undefined, where it says no sell ID in ticket, what does that mean?
It means that it was on voicemail. It could be that there was no signal or the phone was switched off during that time.
So lapho-ke kuchaza khona ukuthi no ID kuchaza ukuthi mhlambe biku-voicemail noma-ke yayingaqhumene nalutho.
As you can see from 14:07 right towards the end of the page at 23:32, the phone was on voicemail and there were no towers identified.
Kusukela ngo-1407 kuyofika lapha ku-2032 kuyabonakala ukuthi le foni yayiku-voicemail kusho ukuthi akukho mathawa-ke axhumana nayo.
Okay. From 1407 right at the end of the page, where it's supposed to capture the IMEI number, it's blank. Can you explain that?
Yes, because it was on voicemail, it could not be identified.
Ngoba yayiku-voicemail ungekwazi ukuyichaza-ke i-IMEI number.
It's for the sake of the record. And then what does CF mean?
CF is call forwarding, which indicates voicemail.
Manje u-CF lo uchaza ukuthi call forwarding okhuluma ukuthi yi-voicemail.
We then move on to the next page.
Siyake ekhasini elilandelayo.
We're still on number ending 4358.
Sisekuyona le number egcina ngo-4358.
We start on the 26th of October at 23:38.
Siqala ngomhla wa-26 October ngo-2348.
The cell phone's still on CF and there's no defined tower.
Ifoni lena itholakala iseku-CF okusho ukuthi-ke akukho tower exhumana nayo.
Throughout the page, right to the end on the 27th at 08:46, it remains on CF.
Le foni-ke ihlala iseku-CF kuyofikela ngomhla wa-27 ngesikhathi sika-8:46.
We move over to the next page.
Ya ke ekhasini elilandelayo
Before you move to the next page, just on page 650, can you place on record the information on at 1050?
At 10:50 on the 25th of October 2024, an SMS was received.
kuthiwa ngo-10:50 ngomhla 25 ku-October kwatholakala i-SMS eyamukela.
And then information appearing at 1522 and 46.
Fifteen 22.
No, my apologies, 1512.
Yes. At 15:12 on the 25th as well, an SMS was received.
Ngo-1512 kwatholakala i-SMS futhi.
You can proceed to the next page.
So on page 1652, it also reflects as voicemail from 8:55 right until 15:25 on the 27th of October, and no towers could be identified there.
So-ke kusuka ngesikhathi ka-1522 kwatholakala i-voicemail ngo-8:55 kuyofika ngo-15:25 kungumhla ka-27 October akukho lutho olubonakala ukuthi lwatholakala.
Just still on that page, on the 27th of October 2014 at 9:21 and 22, I see there's a call duration of 45 seconds. What does that 45 seconds represent?
At what time?
9:21.
9:21. 45 seconds. That could be the number that called left a voicemail message.
So kubonakala u-45 wemizuzwana lapho lokho inamba efonile yafika yashiya umlayezo.
Just proceed to the next page.
Ngayo ekhasini elilandelayo
1653 is forward voicemail from 1539 right until 2036. Up to 2036.
ukusuka ngo-1539 kuyofikela ku-2036 iyayicinyiwe ifoni.
The two top transaction reflects the last of the AMA data. It starts at 21:25 and ends at 21:52. It was still on voicemail with no towers identified.
So kusuka ngo-21:25 kuyofika ngo-21:52 yayisekuvoicemail kwakungekho mathawa ayixhumana nayo.
We then move on to the GPRS data, still on 4358.
Sisekuyona-ke le number u-4358 kuyobhekwa i-GPRS data yayo.
If we move on to page 2184,
Siyake ku-page 2184.
my apologies, there's no GPRS for October on page 1654.
Akho i-GPRS ebonakalayo-ke ngalelo langa.
If we move on to the next page, which is 2184,
Masibuyake ku-khasini 2184.
there's data for the 26th of October
Kuthiwa-ke khona i-data eyangomhla ka-26 October
on number ending 0436.
mayelana nenamba egcina ngo-0436.
We start off with the first transaction on the 26th at 7:52.
Qala ngomhla ka-26 isikhathi wa-7:52
An SMS was sent
Thunyelwe ke SMS
to the number ending 6669,
ithunyelwa kule number ke egcina ngo-6669
and the tower picked up was Milbarton.
and ithawa ke esetshenziswayo lapho ithawa ekuthiwa Melbarton.
At 8:49,
Isikhathi esa-8:49
an SMS was sent out,
thumela ke SMS
and that area picked up was Glen Vista High.
and ke lapho ke indawo kwakuyindawo yaseGlen Vista High.
It remains as Glen Vista until 9/11.
Ihlala ke iGlen Vista kuyofika isikhathi sika-9/11.
At 9:25,
Ngo-9:25 ike
it then reflects as Milbarton.
ivela njengo-Melbarton.
It reflects as Milbarton right until 9:30.
Kuze kuyofika u-9:30 sakhombisa yena uMelbarton.
Thereafter, at 9:35, it's Glen Vista High.
Ngo-9:35 ikhombisa uGlen Vista High.
9:37, Kamaro Road.
What's the time?
9:37.
Ngo-9:37 iku-Komaro Road.
At 9:50, Boysons.
Ngo-9:50 ithi Boysen.
10:26, Basonia.
Ngo-10:26 ikhombisa endaweni eseBasonia.
Whilst on this page, can you clarify what is USSD?
A USSD is a stream. You generally use this stream to buy airtime or top up your airtime, or it is an internet related transaction.
So u-USSD ke ukhombisa ke indlela ukuthi othenga ngayo i-airtime kwe-internet.
Can I proceed to the next page?
On page 2185, it starts off at 10:30 with an undefined tower.
So iqala ngo-10:30 lapha ku-page 2185 la ikhombisa khona ukuthi ithawa ayikwazi ukubonakala.
10:59 picks up Soot Doring Circle.
Jordan.
Soot.
Oh, ithawa ke etholakalayo ngalesi sikhathi iJordan Soot.
We then have undefines until 11:16.
Uyophela ngo-11:16 sibona lapha kungenathawa ekwazi ukuthi itholakale.
We then start again at 11:17.
Siqala futhi ngo-11:17
Soot Doring Circle.
yabonakala ukuthi se-Victorian Circle.
At 11:37 we pick up Komaro.
11:37 sithola futhi Komaro.
At 11:40 we pick up Randwater.
11:40 bonakala i-Rand Water.
At 11:53 Milbarton.
11:53 bonakala isi-Melbarton.
11:59 Basonia.
11:59 ithi Basonia.
We then move at 15:41 and Long Claw is picked up.
Sidlulela ke manje ku-11:41 lapha ithola khona i-Long Claw.
At 15:42 Basonia.
15:42 ibonakala esendaweni eseBasonia.
15:46 Randwater.
15:46 ithi Rand Water.
At 17:22 it's Basonia.
17:22 ithi Basonia.
And it ends at 17:25 with Randwater.
Igcina ke ku-17:25 nge-Rand Water.
We then move over to the next page.
Kudlula ikhasini elilandelayo.
We start off at 17:27.
Qala esikhathi sika-17:27.
It's undefined until 1857.
akukho la ichazela khona ukwazi ukubonakala ukuthi kuphi until izofika isikhathi ka-1827.
At 2101, we then have Bopang Khotso.
So manje ngo-1821 kuyabonakala ukuthi 21
2101.
ngesikhathi sika-2101 isendaweni ekuthiwa ibupankgotso.
2105, Clinics Foslores.
Ngo-2105 isendaweni ese-clinics Foslores.
At 2317, we have Foslores North.
2317 isendaweni ese-Foslores North.
2319, we have Spruit View.
2319 ise-Spruit View.
2326, Parkhead.
Ngo-2326 isendaweni ese-Parkhead.
2331 until 0043, Spruit View.
Ngo-2331 iyofika lapha ethi 0043 isendaweni ese-Spruit View.
We then have the 27th at 713 up till 834, undefined.
Ukusuka ngo-7 13 iyofika ngo-824 ngomhla 27 akuchazeki ukuthi ngabi la.
If we move on to the next page,
Mase sidlula ekhasini elilandelayo.
on the 27th at 9:02,
Ngomhla 27 isikhathi ko-09:02
we start off with no identified tower
kuqala-ke kungekena tower ebonakalayo.
right until 9:37.
Kuhambe kuze kuyofika u-9:37.
Thereafter, at 10:52, we pick up Sour Street.
Ngo-10:52 kuyabonakala kutholakala umgwaqo uSawa Street.
At 13:17, we pick up Brixton SABC.
Nge-10:17 kuyabonakala lapha kuvela isiphoyisa saseBrixton.
That is up to 14:25, where Brixton SABC is still picked up.
Kuyofika ku-14:25 kusabonakala isiphoyisa saseBrixton.
From 14:54 right to the end of the page, there is no tower, no transactions.
Kusukela ngo-14:54 ukuyofika ekugcineni akubonakali tower nokuthi akubonakali lutho olwenzekayo efonini.
We turn over to page 2187.
Siyasuka ekhasini 2187.
We start at 9:02
Qalayo ngo-9:02 ekuseni.
with an unidentified tower.
Akukho tower exhunyana nayo.
That's up to 9:37.
Kusho ukuthi lo uhlala kunjalo kuyoba isikhathi sika-9:37.
At 10:52, we then pick up Sour Street.
Ngo-10:52 ke kubonakala lapha umgwaqo kuthiwa uSawa Street.
Oh, I think I did read this, but nevertheless.
Come
We
again?
end up at 14:25 with Brixton SABC.
Ngo-14:25 kuyabonakala futhi ukuthi kutholakala uBrixton SABC.
I don't have page number 21, the page that the witness has just mentioned now, so I can't follow it. She said it's page number 2187.
2187.
2187.
Yes.
She mentioned that. No, I do have it, but I think she mentioned another number which is not 2187.
Now, she did not mention any other number. Did you mention any other number?
No.
I'm listening. She did not. She said 2187. As she's talking, I'm writing freehand. Not even consulting what she has there. Okay, continue, ma'am.
We then move on to the next page.
Siyake ekhasini elilandelayo
4629,
i-4629
and this is where we will see the GPRS data.
yila sothola-ke i-GPRS data khona.
We start at 1946 with an undefined area.
Qala-ke ngo-1946 la kungena engekho-ke incazelo ukuthi ilaphi.
1947 reflects straight view.
I-1947 ikhombisa i-straight view.
We see straight view right until 1958.
Uze kuyofika la ku-1958 kusabonakala yona i-straight view.
At 1958, a few seconds later, we see false luris.
Ngo-1958 kusazokudlula imizuzwana nje kutholakala i-straight.
From 1958, a few seconds after that, right until the end of the page, we have straight view.
From 1958 kuyofika ekupheleleni kwekhasi sekhombisa yona i-straight view.
If we turn over to page 4630,
Masibuye ekhasini 4630
we're still on the 26th
sekhona-ke ngomhla 26
at 2002.
isikhathi 2002.
We begin with an undefined.
Qala-ke kungena kubonakala ukuthi ilaphi.
At 2003, we get straight view.
2003 kubonakala i-straight view.
2016, false luris.
Ngo-2016 i-phosphorus.
2017, straight view.
Ngo-2017 straight view.
Until the end of the page of 2035.
Kuze kuyofika ekugcineni kwekhasi 2035.
On the next
Before we
page,
proceed, my lord, can I request that we take the long adjournment at the stage before we move to the next page? The time is 12:57.
Okay, 2 o'clock then. Yeah. Done.
Escort, please, may we proceed then, my lord? Thank you.
So we then start on page 4631.
4631.
31. We are still on the date of 26th October 2014.
Sikala ekhasini 4631 sisekhona umhla 26 of October 2014.
We start with the activity at 2035,
Sikala ngesikhathi sika 2035.
and the tower identified is straight view.
Ithawa ke eboniwe lapho i-gate view.
At 2036,
Ngo-2036
we then see parquet.
so sibona ke i-tower lena ekuthiwa uParquet.
2042 straight view. 42.
Ngesikhathi ke sa 2042 straight view.
2043 parquet.
2043 Parquet.
A few seconds later at 2043 it's straight view.
Futhi ke imizuzwana elandelayo ngaso sonke isikhathi sa 2043 i-straight view.
2044 parquet.
2044 iParquet.
We then look at 2046.
Bese sibheka u-2046
It reflects as Phosphorus North.
ibonakala lapho Phosphorus North.
At 2047 straight view.
Ngesikhathi sa 2047 it is straight view,
And 2049 we end up with parquet.
and ngo-2049 siphelela ngeParquet.
We then move on to page 4632.
Bese siya ekhasini u-4632
We're still on the 26th of October.
umhla 26 October.
We start off at 2049
Siqala ngesikhathi sika 2049
and we get a parquet.
sisathola yena uParquet.
We move a little down to 2050, which is straight view.
Siyahla ke kancane siya ku-2050 seku-straight view.
Thereafter, a few seconds later, it's parquet.
Emva kwemizuzwana sekuwuParquet futhi.
We then go to 2052 and pick up straight view.
Siya lapha ku-2052 utholakala straight view.
2055 Phosphorus North.
2055 uFoxlorus North.
At 2059, we get clinics Phosphorus.
Ngo-2059 sitholakala uClinics eFoxlorus.
We then end on 2059 at clinics Phosphorus.
Gcina-ke ngo-2059 ise-clinics eseFoxlorus.
If we move on to 4633, the next page,
Uma siya-ke ku-page 4633 ikhasi elilandelayo.
at 2059, we start with Phosphorus Square.
Ngesikhathi ka-2059 utholakala eseFoxlorus Square.
2059, a few seconds later, clinics Phosphorus.
Imizuzwana elandelayo imbalwa sitholakala ese-clinics Foxlorus.
At 2101,
Isikhathi sika-2101
we see Bopang Khotso.
sibona iBupangkgotso.
Thereafter, at 2001, a few seconds later, it's clinics Phosphorus.
Ngathi isikhathi esilandela 2001 sise-Foxlorus.
From then until 2107, we are at clinics Phosphorus.
Kusukela ngaleso sikhathi kuyofika 2107 se-clinics Foxlorus.
2124 at Bopang Khotso.
Ngo-2124 kubonakala seBupangkgotso.
And we end at 2028 with clinics Phosphorus.
Siphelela ngo-2028 e-clinics Foxlorus.
If we move on to the next page, which is
Masiya ekhasini
4634,
elilandelayo u-4634.
we begin at 2128.
Siqala ngesikhathi sika-2128
We have clinics Phosphorus.
sine-clinics eFoxlorus.
Thereafter, Vosloorus Square.
emva kwaloko iko-Vosloorus Square.
We then go to the end of the page,
Siya-ke emaphethelweni alelo khasi.
2216.
Isikhathi 2216.
It changes to Popang Khotso.
Yaguquka lapho-ke sekuba iPupangkhotso.
On this page, it moves between Vosloorus Square, Clinics Vosloorus, and therefore I went to the bottom of the page.
Ngale phakathi-ke lana lapho isuka eVosloorus Square ne-clinics eseVosloorus yikho nje ngiye ekugcineni kwepage.
We then move on to 4635.
Siya-ke ku-4635.
Our first activity there is 2216.
Isikhathi esiqala ngaso is-2216.
The tower picked up is Clinics Vosloorus,
Ithawa-ke esiyibambayo lapho i-clinics Vosloorus.
2301 Popang Khotso,
Ngesikhathi sika-2301 iPupangkhotso.
At 2303, we pick up Mapleton.
Ngesikhathi sika-2303 ithawa ebanjwayo iMapleton.
2305 Vosloorus Square,
Ngesikhathi ka-2305 iVosloorus Square.
and we end with Vosloorus Square
Sigcina lapho ngeVosloorus Square.
with Clinics Vosloorus in between.
Sigcina-ke phakathi nendawo kungene iVosloorus clinic phakathi nendawo.
We then move on to page 4636.
Siya-ke ekhasini 4636.
We are on the same date, 26th October.
Sisaya kulona-ke lolo suku likamhla ka-26 October.
We start with Clinics Vosloorus at 2307.
Siqala-ke ngo-2307 kusese-clinics eVosloorus.
Thereafter, Vosloorus Square,
Emva kwaloko sekuyi-Vosloorus Square.
back to Clinics Vosloorus.
Kuyele futhi e-clinics Vosloorus.
Towards the middle of the page at
Masishama phakathi nendawo nekhasi.
2322,
Isikhathi 2322.
we then have Spruit View.
Sithola-ke straight view.
2323, Parker.
2323 Parker.
2325, Parker.
2325 Parker.
2327, we end with Spruit View.
2327 sigcina nge-straight view.
We move on to page 4637.
Siya-ke ekhasini 4637.
We begin at 2328.
Siqala-ke ngesikhathi sika-2328.
We get Spruit View again.
Sithola i-straight view futhi.
Spruit View goes right until 2338, which is the end of the page.
I-straight view siyaqhubeka sizofika ku-2338 la isemaphethelweni alelo khasi.
We move over to page 4638,
Siya-ke ekhasini 4638
still on GPRS data.
sisakhuluma ngayo i-GPRS data.
2338 Spruit View.
2338 ise-straight view.
We then end at 2347 at Spruit View.
Sigcina-ke ngo-2347 sise-straight view.
This entire page has the same cell name, which
No.
is Spruit View.
Lonke-ke leli khasi libonakala lineqhawa eyodwa nje i-straight view.
Moving on to page 4639.
Siya-ke ku-4639
At 2347 Spruit View,
ku-2347 sibona i-straight view.
2349 we have an undefined.
Ku-2349 akukho lutho oluchazekayo.
We then end at 2356 at Spruit View again.
Sigcina-ke futhi-ke ngesikhathi sika-2356 e-straight view futhi.
This page also has sprayed view as the cell name.
Futhi ke naleli khasi leli lithi khuluma nge-straight view kuyindawo egcinwa kuyona.
Page 4640.
Siya ke ekhasini 4640
We begin with 2358.
siqala ngo-2358
Parquet.
sephakhe
It then moves on to sprayed view.
siyadlula ke i-straight view.
We have an undefined on 2359 and 0001.
Kusuka ngesikhathi ka-2359 kuyofika 0001 lapho ke akunancazelo ebonisayo ukuthi kukuphi.
A few seconds later, on the 27th, 0001, we pick up sprayed view
Mhla ka-27 ke emva kwemizuzwana nje sibona i-straight view.
until 0008, the end of the page, sprayed view.
Straight view sihamba sizofika ekugcineni kwekhasi isikhathi ku-0008.
We then turn over to 4641.
Bese ke siya ekhasini 4641
We start on the 27th at 0008.
qala ngomhla ka-27 ngo-008.
We get sprayed view as the cell name.
Sithola ke iseli ethi straight view.
We have two undefines at 0009.
Sinalapho ke kungenancazelo khona kusuka ngo-0009
And 0011.
kuyofika ku-0011.
We end the page at 0016 with parquet.
Ipage liphelela ngo-0016 endaweni ke kuthiwa iphakhe.
4642 begins on the 27th of October at 0016.
I-4642 uqale ngo-0016.
We've identified sprayed view.
Sibona ke lapho indawo se-straight view.
Between sprayed view and parquet,
Phakathi kwe-straight view nephakhe
that reflects on this page.
evela kuleli khasi.
And we end up at 0028 with sprayed view.
Sifika ku-0028 se-straight view.
Moving on to page 4643.
Siye ke ekhasini 4643
We start at 0028.
qala ngo-0028
We get sprayed view.
sithola i-straight view.
0029
Nge-0029
parquet.
sithola iphakhe.
It then goes back to sprayed view at 0030.
Ngo-0030 kuyile straight view.
0032 parquet.
Ngesi-0032 iphakhe.
And we end up at 0038 parquet at the end of the page.
Ekugcineni kwepheji ke sigcina ngo-0038 isephakhe.
This page consists of two towers, movement between parquet and sprayed view.
Leli khasi leli likhuluma ngokusuka ngomnyakaza phakathi kwe-straight view nephakhe.
On page 4644,
Ikhasi ke 4644
we begin at 0038.
siqala ngo-0038
We have sprayed view,
sino-straight view.
0041 parquet,
Ngo-0041 iphakhe.
0046 sprayed view,
Ngo-0046 straight view.
0057 undefined,
Ngo-0057 asazi akwazi ukuthi ibilaphi.
0058 we end with sprayed view.
Ngo-0058 iphelela straight view futhi.
Moving on to the next page,
Ekhasini elilandelayo
4645.
4645
We start with the 27th at 0059.
siqala ngilapha ngo-0059 isikhathi kuye ngamhla 27
Phosphorus.
ikhuluma ngokwase-phosphorus.
A few seconds later, sprayed view.
Emva kwemizuzwana nje isithi se-straight view.
At 1 o'clock on the 27th, we have an undefined.
Go 1 o'clock, ikhuluma ngokuthi akwazi ukuthi ilaphi.
A few seconds thereafter, sprayed view.
Emva komzuzwana nje spread view.
And from 01:11 until the end of the page, 01:19, we have sprayed view.
Ukusukela ngo-01:11 kuyofika ngo-01:19 spread view.
We turn over to 4646.
Siyake ku-4646.
We begin with 125.
Isikhathi sodu 01:25, 25 minutes past 1.
And we get phosphorus.
Sorry, phosphorus.
126 sprayed view
Ngo-26 minutes past 1 spread view.
until 129 sprayed view.
Uyofika 29 minutes past 1.
At 01:31, we get an undefined.
Ngo-01:31 sithola la kungena ncazelo khona.
From 01:35 to 01:35, 50 seconds, we get sprayed view.
Ngo-01:35 kuyofika ngo-01:35 50 seconds sithola spread view.
01:37 parquet.
01:37 sithola iparquet.
01:38 phosphorus.
01:38 sithola phosphorus.
And at 9:15, we get West Street.
Ngo-9:15 ila sithola khona umgwaqo uWest Street.
On page 4647,
Ekhasini ke-4647
we begin with 918 South Street.
siqala ngo-9:18 esemgwaqweni usawa.
Right until 10:52, we still get South Street.
Uyofika ke u-10:52 sathola wona lo mgwaqo usawa Street.
At 11:53,
Isikhathi sa-11:53
JSE.
sithola ke i-JSE.
At 11:54, South Street.
Ngo-11:54 sithola usawa umgwaqo.
Until 12:30, South Street.
Ukuyofika u-12:30 kusewusawa Street.
But at 12:31, we get undefined.
Ngo-12:31 ayikho ncazelo.
A few seconds later, at the end of the page, we get South Street.
Kugcineni kwekhasi siphinde siyathola lapha kukhulunywa futhi ngosawa Street.
Still on the 27th,
Sisakuyena umhla 27
12:45,
ngo-12:45
we get Queen's Park.
sikhona ikhuluma ngo-Queen's Park.
12:46, Brixton.
Ngo-12:46 ikhuluma nge-Brixton.
12:47, Mayfair West.
Ngo-12:47 ikhuluma nge-Mayfair West.
13:17, Brixton.
Ngo-13:17 i-Brixton.
14:12, Mayfair West.
Ngo-14:12 Mayfair West.
14:19, Brixton.
Ngo-14:19 ise-Brixton.
At 14:22, we end the page with Brixton.
Ngo-14:22 liyaphela-ke ikhasi lapho kusakhulunywa nge-Brixton.
This page shows you between Mayfair West and Brixton,
Leli khasi lonke likhombisa ukuthi bephakathi kwe-Mayfair West ne-Brixton.
and one part of Queen's Park.
Nenye-ke isikhashana esincane la bese-Queen's Park.
And that is the end of the GPRS data.
Ya ubona-ke kuphelela-ke kwe-GPS data.
Thank you. And then the SMSs.
that we would find on page 2184.
Ma-SMS uzothola ekhasini 2184.
Okay, at the top of page 2184,
Usukele phezulu ke kuleli khasi 2184.
on the 26th of October, 7:52,
Mhla 26 ku-October ngesikhathi se-7:52.
an outgoing SMS was made from the number ending 0436 to 6669.
Khona ke SMS ephuma kule number ephela ngo-0436 igcina ke iya kule number e-669.
The towers picked up on the first two transactions were Malbarton.
Manje ithapha ke ebone ekhombisa la uma bexhumana email button.
Again, on the 26th at 11:03,
Ngo-11:03 umhla 26
an outgoing SMS from the number ending 0436
kusuka ka kule number ephelela ngo-0436
to 6669,
iya ku-669
and Glen Vista was picked up as the tower.
and ikhombisa iGlen Vista West itower.
The same as the 11:04 outgoing SMSs.
Fikela ngesikhathi sika-11:04 la kuphuma khona SMS.
At 9:30 on the 26th,
Mhla 26 ke ngo-9:30
an SMS was sent from 0436
ikhona i-SMS evele ku-0436
to 6669,
iya ku-669
and Malbarton was picked up.
and isaqhumana nayo le tower email button.
The same occurred at 10:26.
Phinde kwenzeka kanjalo ke ngo-10:26
That was a call.
lapho ke kwawuthintana ngokuxhumana ngocingo ufoni.
If we go on to 2185,
Uma sengisiya lapha ekhasini 2185
an SMS sent from 0436
kukhona i-SMS ephuma ku-0436
to 6669,
iya ku-669
and we could not identify a tower there.
lapho ke akwazange kutholakala ukuthi yiphi tower ebisenza lapho.
At 11:53,
Isikhathi sika-11:53
another SMS from 0436
khona i-SMS ephuma ke kuyo le number u-0436
to 6669.
iya kuyo le number u-669
Malbarton was picked up
email
again.
button iyona eyatholakala.
At 15:42,
Ngesikhathi sika-1542
an SMS was sent again to the 666 number,
ikhona i-SMS eyathunyelwa futhi iya kule number u-669.
and the tower picked up was Besonia.
Itower ke eyatholakala lapho uBasoni.
17:25,
Isikhathi sika-1725
another SMS,
khona i-SMS futhi eyaphuma
and Besonia was picked up again.
futhi kwaphinde kwathiwa ukuthi itower esetshenziswayo uBasoni.
The same as with the transaction for 1723,
Futhi ke kwabanjalo ngesikhathi sika-1723
Besonia was picked up.
kwakusetshenziswa yona iBasoni.
1725,
Ngo-1725 futhi
Rand Water was picked up.
kwatholakala ukuthi itower i-Rand Water.
If we turn over to 2186,
Uma siya ekhasini 2186
an SMS was sent on the 27th
khona i-SMS yathunyelwa ngomhla 27
at 0043
number udial 043
from the 0436 number
iphuma ke kuyona le number u-0436
to the 6669 number,
ushuthi iya kuyona le number u-669
and the tower picked up was Spruit View.
ithawa ke esetshenziswa lapho i-Spruit View.
That's the last SMS on that page. If
Yona ke SMS ekugcina kulelo khasi.
we turn over to 2187,
Siphendule ikhasi siye ku-2187.
there was no communication between the number ending at 0436 and 6669.
Kubanga ke nakuqhuma phakathi kwale number 0436 nale egcina ngo-669.
Thank you. Okay. Regarding the SMSs, can you also place the tower information?
Cela ke usichazele ke ukuthi
From,
mayelana nama-tower
from 1857
ama-SMS ahamba ngayiphi i-tower kusukela
on the 26th
ngo-1857
of October
mhla
2015.
26 October.
1857 is an undefined tower,
Ngo-1857 i-tower engaziwa
and at 21:59, sorry, 21:01:59 seconds,
ngo-21:01:59 second
that was a call which was Bopang-Khotso, and the last SMS was at 0043 on the 27th, and Spruit View.
Let's start again. Let me do the comfort.
Okay, sorry.
No, ngo-21:01:59 kwakuqhunyelwa ne-tower ekwakuthiwa iBupang-Khotso.
And at 0043 on the 27th, the last message or SMS reflects Spruit View.
Ngesikhathi ka-0043 ngomhla 27 i-message yokugcina ikhombisa i-Spruit View.
Thank you. Now, let's focus on the number ending with 51 of the deceased, the one that was identified as belonging to Senzo Meyiwa.
Zero 71 437 9551. So that data starts on page 361.
That's correct.
Siqale ke ekhasini u-361 sikhuluma ngale number e-0771 437 9551.
And the number that was identified as belonging to Kelly Kumalo ending with 4358.
Futhi sibhekana nale number egcina ngo-4358 ekuthiwa kwakuyinumber kaKheli Khumalo.
4358.
As well as the number ending with 2498.
Okay, 4358 data begins at page 1650.
Ithetha ke for number 4358 iqala lapha ekhasini u1650.
And data ending 0436 begins on 2184.
Manje ke idata ke ekhuluma ngale number egcina u0436 iqala lapha ekhasini u2180.
Okay. With that in mind, can you tell the court if these devices on the 26th of October 2014, between 1900 and 2000, were they picking the same tower?
Yes, they were.
So ke ngamhla 26 ku-October lezi number lezi kusukela ngo-1900 kuyofika ngo-2000 kushuthi ngo-7 kuyofika ngo-8 zaziqhumana netower eyodwa na othi yebo.
Which are these numbers?
082
Wait, 082
704
704
4358
4358
060
060
804
804
0436
0436
and 071
071
437
437
9551.
9551. So these are three numbers.
Yes,
So we're picking up the same towers.
yes.
And then the follow-up question is, what are these towers? The towers that they were picking between 1900 and 2000. Can you place that on record?
From what I've read out, I would say it's the clinics, Phosphorus, Sprite View. The most common towers were Phosphorus Square, Bopang Khotso. The phones did travel to and fro. I've picked up South Street, West Street. On one or two of the numbers, it was Wanderers, Liefde, and Vrede, Pasonia, Glen Vista. I would say that those were the most common towers.
John is in number 082 704 4358, no 060 804 0436, no 071 437 9551. Zazithi ziqhumana nemathawa afanayo. Amathawa abonakala kakhulu i-clinics ne-Phosphorus ne-Spirit View. Ibonakala kujwayele ukuthintana nayo kwakuyi-Phosphorus Square ne-Bopang Khotso. Kodwa ke kuyavela ukuthi nezinye inamba bezihamba zithinta ithawa njengesawa ne-West Street ne-Rand Water what is the next?
Pasonia and Glen Vista.
Ne-Pasonia ne-Glen Vista.
Just confine yourself to the 26th of October 2014.
Sprite View, Bopang Khotso,
Spirit View, Bopang Khotso,
Parke,
Parke,
Clinics, Phosphorus,
the clinics Phosphorus,
and Foslera Square.
neFoslora Square.
Thank you. I would like to show you Exhibit O1.
Exhibit 01.
That's correct, my lord.
What is it?
It's an affidavit by Colonel Stein.
Ngifisa ukukhombisa i-affidavit evela ku-Colonel Stein.
Can you just place the page number there on record?
Page 23.
Uthi-ke ikhasi page 23.
The information that I would like to draw your attention on is at the bottom of the page.
Engifisa ukuthi siyobheka ukona ilapha ingasekugcineni kwekhasi.
Yes.
Are you able to see that? And then what you have testified about on paragraph number 9.
So, can I ask the state to beam that page that the state is referring to so that the clients can be able to see that page?
Yes, sir.
My lord, the witness does not have that statement on her device.
On her computer?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm not the one who's beaming that information. It's
Hello?
from. I'm saying I'm not the one who's beaming the information on the monitor. It is the witness. And
So
she
the witness
not
doesn't have Colonel Stein's affidavit.
That's correct.
But the state, my lord, does have the statement, and this information is contained in the transcript as well.
My lord, it will mean. I will come back to that aspect.
Which aspect?
The one of.
They want you to beam it simultaneously.
So it means that I will have to then remove the HDMI cable.
Yeah,
and-
do that.
My lord, I think it will be better if we just go on the transcript, because the transcript is easier to go there. This evidence is there on the transcript.
But your clients won't be able to see the transcript.
Sorry.
Yeah, me, I think.
Let's proceed with the statement. Thank you.
You see.
Although it was not made by this witness.
So that is Stein's affidavit.
That's correct, my lord.
Okay, it's on page?
Page 23.
23.
Page 23 of Exhibit 01. Yes.
On paragraph number 9 of your affidavit, as well as page 23 of Stein's affidavit.
So her affidavit is triple J.
Triple J. That's
J1.
correct. J1.
Yeah, right?
And the affidavit of Colonel State is Exhibit 01, page
Right, yeah.
23.
Page 23.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. This is what is contained in the affidavit of Colonel Stein versus what you have today placed on record.
Nje khona lokho kuvela lapha ku-affidavit ka-Colonel Stein masiqhathanisa naloko wena usandokufunda ukuthi kuqoshwe.
Yes.
And then evidence before this court is that this evidence is from the downloading of a cell phone.
Nje-ke ufakazi obula enkantolo ukuthi lokhu-ke kwakuyilaba abedownloada khona i-cellphone.
And then what you have testified on today is in relation to a section 205.
Manje ukubeka la enkantolo kuhambelana ne-section 205.
Yes, that's correct.
Bathi yebo kuyiqiniso.
Can you compare these two sets of testimonies and you give the similarities as well as the differences?
Ungaqhathanisa-ke lo bufakazi obulana ukuthi asitshela ukuthi bufanaphi behlukaphi.
Okay, firstly, I can only testify on my statement and my evidence, but because I was asked to do a comparison, I will then identify it.
Ngithanda ukuthi ngifakaze ngesami statement kodwa njengoba ngiceliwe ukuthi ngiqhathanise ngizozama ukwenza njani.
I can confirm that the MSISDNs are the same.
Ngingasho ukuthi ama-MS ayafana.
MSI?
MSISDN,
Ama-MSISDN
The
ayafana.
same.
yes.
Just simplify, what is it, MSIDN?
MSISDN refers to the cell phone number in question.
Shuke MSISDN ikhuluma ngomakhalekhukhwini, inombolo kamakhalekhukhwini.
The IMSI number, which refers to the unique serial number of a SIM card,
Shuke
are
imzi
the
number
same.
inamba ke ekhombisa ke inamba kamakhalekhukhwini engafani nenye. Kuyabonakala ukuthi ngapha nangapha kule mibiko ehlukene ayafana.
The IMEI numbers, which indicates the serial number of the handset or cell phone, are similar.
Shuke IMEI ukhuluma ngesirial number kamakhalekhukhwini ayafana.
The call type is similar, which reflects an outgoing call.
Kushuke uhlobo ke lwamakholi aphumayo ke ayafana.
The date and the duration.
Is the court, my lord? I
Yeah.
hear the witness saying that the outgoing calls are the same, but that is an MTC. It's an incoming call, not an outgoing call.
Yes, I haven't completed saying what I needed to say.
Yeah, but MTC stands for mobile terminating call.
Yes,
and
that-
the person that is receiving the call, not
Yes.
the person that is making the call.
So if you gave me
We
a
need to be
chance,
very accurate with our terminology.
if you had given me a chance, I would have
Thank
said
you.
which number made the call.
Okay.
So you haven't completed your statement.
No, I haven't.
Okay. Please
My lord.
complete it.
The 2nd of August and 15th of October,
Ngomhla 2 ku-August nomhla 15 ku-October
together with the times, are similar.
ney'khathi ziyafana.
The duration of the calls are similar.
Ubude ke lamakholi buyafana.
This is where the difference comes in.
No kumehluko la utholakala khona.
The other party number is different.
In the number ke yale lo munye oxhunyana naye yehluko.
This reflects on the 2nd of August that the number ending with 1330
Kuthiwa ngomhla 2 August inamba egcina ngo-1330
called,
130, sorry?
called the number ending with 4358.
Ya shayela ucingo the number is the number 4358.
On the 15th of October,
Until 15 October,
the other party is different.
lo number kuyana na yehlukile.
It indicates that the other party ending in 9551
La ngeke ifuna kuyana ethi no 9551.
called the number ending in 4358.
Ya yona ya thinta nale number egcina ngo 4358.
Thank you. Is that all? Is that all?
Yes.
Wathi kona konke ke lokho.
I don't have the cell name on my set of data, and there's a cell name on this set of data
Wathi
on page 22.
kuyami data nginayo kodwa kule nginikiwe ikhona ku page 23.
Now, are you able to explain before this court the difference in this data that is presented before you?
Ngawasi chaza likatolo ukuthi yini kunomehluko kuleyo data onikwe yona.
The only explanation I can give you is that this has come directly from our Nemo system. It was that was on our database at Vodacom.
Engachaza ukuthi lokhu kuvela emshinini wethu uNemo database yase Vodacom.
This data does reflect under the AMA data,
Wathi ke le data ke vela ku ama data
which implies that a call was received.
uchaza ukuthi khona ke ifoni eyangena.
This activity on page 23 does not reflect on our set of data.
Lokhu kulapha ku page 23 akuveli ku set yethu ye data.
And then, what could be a possible explanation that it does not reflect on your set of data?
Manje yini ingazele engachaza ukuthi yini ke kungaveli ku data yenu.
Because it doesn't reflect on AMA data, there could be a possibility that it could be under GPRS.
So njoba ingaveli kwama data ngaba nokuthi mhlambe kuvela ku GPRS.
Although on our set of GPRS data,
Noma ke ku data set yethu ye GPRS
it would not reflect as a call.
angeke ivele kithina ibonakala njenge call.
Is the call? I just avoided to object just before this witness can give her explanation, which is a speculation.
Are you speculating, ma'am?
Yes.
On my set of data, no.
Athi uma ngikhuluma ngeyami data angikageli.
No, the question was, can she please give a possible explanation with regard to the differences between the two tables, particularly with regard to the call that is making the call to the first one. I mean the call to the other one. That is that number ending the 202 making a call to the number ending with 358. Why is that information that is contained in Mr. Stain's affidavit not the same information that is contained in her affidavit? Then the state says to her, can she please then come up with a possible explanation? Then I'm saying to the court has said that we should wait for the witness to finish their answer before we can object.
Yes.
But I am saying that this state is calling the witness to come up with a conjecture, which is a speculation, which is not based on facts. And this witness says, insofar as my data is concerned, I am not speculating. We have to hear about the data relating to state.
The way I understand the state,
Mr. Sibande, Advocate Sibande.
Are you not saying you request an explanation, if there is any?
That's correct.
You're not. Are you respecting a conjecture, guesswork?
No.
Please.
My Lord, she says a possible explanation,
That's it, yeah, fine.
which is not based on facts. That's a conjecture. It's a speculation, a possibility.
Ma'am,
This is not rocket science.
can we hear from you? A conjecture and speculation and explanation, is there a difference?
Yes,
Hello?
to an extent, my lord. But I will, however, mention the fact that, as I've indicated at the beginning, before testifying on this data, that I can only speak for what I have on my data.
Right.
I cannot speak for somebody else's data.
hayi mina ngakwazi ukukhuluma ngedata yami kuphela angeke ngakwazi ukuthi ngilethe ubufakazi ngedata yomunye umuntu.
Yes, Mr. Sibali.
That's correct, my lord. The witness before court is also an expert.
Hello?
The witness before court, she's also an expert. She can also give an opinion. And
Well,
that's
she
what
says
she's
she's
doing at the
not
moment.
prepared. Are you prepared to do so or not?
I will make a statement once again that I am not confirming Colonel
Mr. Colonel Stein's affidavit.
data. Yes.
Yeah.
I am not confirming it. But when asked of what the difference was, this could be a possibility that it could appear on the GPRS data. But with that said, I've also said that on our set of GPRS data,
Doesn't appear.
it doesn't appear as a call.
Right.
You cannot differentiate between a call or a message under the GPRS data because it's internet usage.
Yeah. But the call exists. Are you with me?
Yes,
Are you with me?
I'm with you.
When I say, but the fact is that call, the number called, which you cannot speculate whether it's incoming or outgoing or whatever, it exists.
I cannot confirm that this call
Exists.
exists.
Okay, fine.
Ngikwazi ukuletha isiqiniseko sokuthi hayi le call iyabakhona.
Can you further explain a call on GPRS stream? You can do that by way of giving an example so that we can understand.
Okay, as I've indicated and said a few minutes ago, under the GPRS stream, it's all the internet-related activities. That is whether you surf the net or use WhatsApp to make a call. Back in the day, it used to be BBM. That would all fall under GPRS. But then again, I reiterate, you cannot differentiate under the GPRS stream whether it is a message, whether you were streaming, or whether you have made a call. All it shows us is the usage of that transaction.
Thiwa kachazeke nge-GPRS stream osethi-ke yilapho kuvela khona-ke ukuthi umuntu usebenzise i-internet akuchazi ukuthi wayesebenzisa i-WhatsApp enza i-call noma wayezibukela nje ku-GPRS. Kodwa-ke konke kubonakala kuyi-GPRS. Umehluka ubonakala ukuthi lana i-call lana i-WhatsApp ngoba nje konke kuyafana la.
Yeah, from my understanding. But there is an intercommunication or a transaction between two numbers.
Yes.
Otherwise, I must go and study mathematics again. So that number can't interact alone. It interacts with another number. But you are not able to determine whether it is a GPS or whatever.
Yes, we cannot establish what the activity is.
But the activity concerns two numbers.
Yes.
Athi kukhona-ke ukubona kugcina kubona-ke ukuthi ukuxhumana kona kukhona ukuthi kwakwenziwani ikona-ke okungaveli kahle kungacaci kodwa ukuxhumana kona phakathi kwey'nambolo ezimbili kukhona.
You also mentioned WhatsApp call as well as BBM call. Can you also explain what that is and what does it entail?
So when I mentioned BBM, that was back in the day during this period. You would need to have a BlackBerry handset. We've moved with technology, we have smartphones now. If you needed to use the BBM, you needed to download the BBM app. When you surf the internet, it would then show blackberry.net under the APN. If we talk about WhatsApp, it's a more modern technology, also an application that needs to be downloaded. Possibly on the APN, you would then find vodacom.co.za. As we've said earlier, the APN is the access point network. You have to connect to a server to get this. And that's the difference with technology of BBM those days and WhatsApp nowadays.
BBM ke kwakuhlobo olwalidinga ukuthi usebenzise le phone okuthiwa i-BlackBerry ofanele kube nayo. BBM kwakuyi-application ofanele uyi-download ngoba idinga ukuthi ibe khona leyo application. Lapha ekhombisa ibhala ukuthi blackberry.net okusho ukuthi i-APM esetshenziswayo. I-WhatsApp nayo i-application entsha ke efanele nayo ukuthi download. Manje ke lapha ku-Vodacom ikhombisa ukuthi ihamba nge-access point ihamba nge-access point network. So kule malanga akudala kwakubona eyikhona le kwakuthiwa BBM kodwa kule malanga le ayisekho leyo BBM.
Can you find a BBM call on the section 205?
Okay, wasn't ukuthatha i-BBM call lapha ngaphansi kwa section 205?
We would not be able to identify a BBM call because it would have been under the GPRS stream.
Yes, we bona leyo BBM call ngoba iyoba ingaphansi kwe-GPRS stream.
Before I leave this point, you also made mention of the fact that if it's a call on BBM, it will also make mention of blackberry.net.
Yes.
Can I ask my colleague to speak aloud? I'm struggling to hear him. Thank you.
You made mention that if it's a call over BBM, it will show blackberry.net or vodacomlive.com. If you go back now to the data or the GRS, so to make sure I get GPRS stream.
Yes.
Of the number ending with 4358.
May the statement, Madam, assist us with the page number on which they are.
Okay.
And what exhibit?
We're still on exhibit JJJ1. I'm on page 1654.
I am on page 1654, and if we look at the GPRS stream,
Sisekhasini 1654 masibheka lapha i-GPRS stream lapho.
And we are on number ending 4358.
Sikule number egcina ngo-4358.
Under the APN column,
Ngaphansi kwe-APN column
you will find blackberry.net.
uzothola lapho ubhale ukuthi blackberry.net.
So that's what you meant with BBM calls.
Ilapho kusho nge-BBM call.
Not necessarily BBM calls, but every transaction relating to BBM, which
Okay.
could include calls.
Angisho ukuthi kwakuyi-BBM call leyo, kodwa ke nanoma yini ke yenzeka lapho ngaphansi kwe-BBM ezohlanganisa futhi ke nawo ke ama-call avela ku-BBM.
Okay. There's something else that I need clarification on. On page 4633,
Naselapha ekhasini 4633
on the GPRS stream,
4633. Yes,
APN,
APN is LT. Sorry, it's light Vodacom.za.
APN lapho light.vodacom.co.za.
It's actually LTE, but I will make sure. LTE Vodacom ZA.
LTE Vodacom.za.
okay. Thank you. Now let us move back to the addendum.
That too?
The addendum
Oh, that's
statement, yes. The number ending with 0436 as well as the number ending with 4358 9551 2498.
Nasibheka lesi number ke lapha esithaselweni 0436 egcina futhi ngo-4358 negcina ngo-9551 negcina ngo-2498.
Yes.
Yes. Do those numbers that I mentioned after 2100 on the 26th of October 2014 pick up locations at clinics? The clinics, what? These clinics for Flores.
Yes.
Can you also mention, I know you have done this, for the sake of the record, mention individually, just give a general time after 2100, this was the time and location that it picked up after 2100.
There were random times after 2100.
Yes, it's fine.
I would say from about 2100 hours right until maybe 2300 hours or leading into midnight that these towers were picked up.
Ngakusho ukuthi this number egcina ngo-0436 4358 9551 2498 ukusukela ke ngesikhathi sika-21 ngomhla 2610 zazibonakala ngesithinta nama-tower clinics ne-Foslorus kusukela ngo-21 athi kuyofika mhlambe kasithi ke 23 hours sifikana nakhona ku esikhathini sika-0000 besithinta ithande tower yona.
Okay, just explain to the court, how does the tower feeds into the device, the information.
Okay, so in terms of having a cell phone, the first thing you do is when you purchase a SIM card and a phone,
umuntu uqala-ke uthola i-cellphone uthenga ne-sim card.
Maybe before this witness proceeds here, I'm struggling to find out on the number that ends with 4358, the date on which that number goes beyond 21 hours. I don't know what page is that. That number that ends with 4358, that goes beyond 21 hours. Maybe the state can assist me with that.
But this witness was asked about 4 numbers. Is that not so? Mr. Minister, this witness was asked about 4 numbers, which proliferate the hours between 2100 hours, as she says, to up to about midnight on the 26th.
Excuse me, madam.
I say this witness was asked about 4 numbers.
Yeah.
Yeah, fine. So you only want 1 number, you don't want the 4.
No, I can tell you, I'm struggling from these voluminous documents to find out specifically the time that goes beyond 21 hours in respect of the number that ends with 4358. Yes. I
Yeah,
want
that's why-
that specific
that's
date
why I
where
say
we can
if
see
you-
that this number 4 that ends with 4358 goes beyond 21 hours. I'm not saying all the numbers, the specific number that I'm referring to. ma'am.
Yeah, fine.
Yes, so that's why I'm requesting the state to assist me to follow him. Thank you.
Ma'am, can you go to page 1650?
Page 1650.
1650.
Correct.
The time, sir.
From 1407:51,
1407
51,
to
2332 at the bottom of the page.
It shows undefined that the cell phone was on voicemail during this period.
So ngo-14 0751 uyofika ngo-2332 the number ethi 1650 khombisa ukuthi no akho la iqhumana khona ngoba ithi undefined.
but the fact is it was active during that time.
Yes.
Yeah, mention the period.
Yes,
During
it
which
was,
it
it
was
was
active.
active during that period,
Yes, give us the-
although a tower could not be
That's it. So
identified.
give us the number when it was active, the time rather.
It was active from 1407
1407,
51 from the 26th
26.
of October.
Yeah.
It was on CF from that period right until,
Meaning undefined.
yes, I'm going to the last activity of when it was on voicemail.
Yes.
It goes on to page
Page.
1654
Huh?
until 27th October
Yes.
2152 that it was on voicemail,
Right.
although a tower could not be identified.
Okay.
Remember then on 26 October, kusukela ngo-1407 kuyo-51 wathi uzofika ekhasini 1554 mhla 27 ngesikhathi sa-2152 le namba bilokhu isebenza kodwa-ke nanoma ithawa kungakwazi ukuthi kuchaze ukuthi yiphi le thawa eyayisebenzisa.
Before we move to a new exhibit, let's clarify the following. Are you familiar with the downloading process that was undertaken by Colonel Stein?
No.
Can you please question again?
Is she familiar with the downloading process that was done by Colonel Stein?
Wathi yazi yini ukuthi wayesebenzisa luphi uhlobo lokudownloada uKenneth Stein wathi cha akazi
Of a handset.
ukuthi uhlobo leni le-handset
No.
wathi cha akazi.
Objection, my lord. Why the state is always inviting these hearsay questions, my lord? Because Stein never worked with the current witness who is on the witness box. The questions are irrelevant, my lord.
I don't know about that. Are you talking, sir? Right. Are you talking about the method?
Indeed so, my lord.
You're not talking about
The analysis.
that's it. You're talking the method
The
utilized.
method, yes.
It's like saying a motor vehicle, when it is on, it's an automatic vehicle. You push the clutch and then you start it. Is that the method?
Method.
Okay, he's talking about the
But
method.
it's not the method.
Well, he's saying that. I'm not
It's
saying
not
that.
the method. He's saying, do you know which device the Colonel Stein used?
Device. He talked about the method.
But my lord, over and above that,
Why do you argue about useless things like this?
No, this is not useless. Over and above that, the state tried to siphon evidence or testimony from the witness. This witness specifically told this court that I cannot comment on the work that was prepared by Mr. Stein.
Okay, fine.
So why then does the state have to keep on trying to dig and dig and dig and dig and dig on something that this witness has already told this court that he can't comment on?
Okay, let's go on. Yes, sir.
Elizabeth, please. my lord.
Hello?
Do I respond or must I?
I don't
just
know. What do you want to do?
My lord, I just wanted to invite a comment from the witness, but if my colleagues.
They say you are digging. You are digging up.
No. It's
You
a
are cooking,
concept,
in other
my
words. You are
lord.
cooking evidence.
No objection, my lord. Nobody said cooking.
Or you can cause and you're putting in
We-
salt and pepper.
In the best terminology of that you can use, my lord, you rather use trumped,
You what?
or the word trumped, which means evidence that has been made up, not really cooking. At least we have graduated to that level, my lord.
Is that
so
so?
to speak, yes. But the essence of it is that this witness gave an umbrella answer that she can't comment on
Yeah,
something
fine,
that
fine.
was done by Stein.
You're withdrawing that question, are you, sir? The state.
No, my lord.
What is your question so that everybody can understand it?
I mean, it's a concept. I wanted to
The
understand
concept of doing what?
the downloading concept as well as the section 205. If she knows the process that the police use to download the information on a device.
Now, she says she doesn't know.
Thank you. Thank you, my lord.
Ndoka abazi ukuthi mhloboni eyendlela esetshenziswayo ukuthi kudownload information athi cha akazi ukuthi amaphoyisa asenza yiphi method.
Okay. Lastly, if you don't know, it's fine. Will this downloaded information on the device also appear on the section 205?
No.
Athi cha into edownloadwe section 205 angeke ivele ku section 205.
My lord, it's 20 past.
Can I complete?
Yes.
No. As I've indicated, on a on a download from the handset itself, you would get the messages, and as the phone was used, you'd get all those details. On our set of data,
Everything.
there's no messages. So that's where the difference is. It will show you that there's an activity, but it does not give you the contents of that messages.
Athi-ke kuthiwa u-5 uyakwazi ukuthola i-message ukuthi downloadweni nama-message nani, kodwa kweyethu i-database awekho ama-message. Izokhombisa nje ukuthi khona bekwenzeka kodwa ngeke ichaze ukuthi bekuwama-message noma bekuyini.
Thank you, my lord. It's 20 past 3. I would request
Okay,
that we
yes.
adjourn until.
Are you available tomorrow, ma'am?
Yes, my lord.
Okay, they say it's 20 past 3.
That is 13, it's 1520, madam. In a more professional.
I'm quoting your colleague there.
Yes, 1520.
He calls it 20 past 3.
Yes, that GMT is 1520. Because when it says 20 past 3, it could mean in the morning. But you are now in the afternoon, that is 1520.
Mr. Zbanda, they're correcting you. They say you are reckless with your language.
It has been a long day, my lord.
Okay, yeah, so tomorrow at 10 o'clock then.
And keep the call.